So the thrill ride, the first car to take to the track today. This is part of the VIP experience. Or if you fancy having a go in the back of the car yourself, just pop round and see the team. Whilst the two-seater is lining up, and as we just called Street Eliminator, I've got to put a shout out to Paul and Ginny Morton. Paul Morton, obviously, with the immense, mortified, old-school Ford. Happy anniversary to his lovely wife, Ginny. 37 years. It may have been a journey for you, Paul, but it's been pain for Ginny. Serious note. A big shout out to Steve Morton, obviously, for all of his help this weekend. 8.80 makes us the fastest road legal Mark 1 in the world. On the fire up this morning, they get in fuel pressure problems, anything from pump pressure 10 psi to 40 psi. So it's overpowering the regulator. Can't take the chance of washing the ball on a fresh motor. So yeah, not quite what they wanted today, but the car was great this weekend, Paul. It really was. And I know he's chomping at the bit to go even quicker. But happy anniversary, Paul. We have some more anniversaries to read out as the day progresses.
Well, I don't know who's in the back of the two-seater dragster, but they seem very, very happy, giving a wave at the camera. Thing is, it's usually when they get out of the car that they have an ear-to-ear smile, not before they've launched.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the two-seater ride only costs something in the hundreds, but it could cost thousands. When you think, I want to have a go at this myself, go and buy a car or a bike or something. So we got 7.9, we have 7.93, 167 miles an hour. A nice run to start things off here at main event day 3. Right, here we go then. Pro ET, it is the bump session, the all-important bump session. The top 32 will be taking part in racing in eliminations.
What's the bump, Colin?
This is where it gets insane. It really does. You have got to be within 0.039 of your dial-in to get into the show. The ones that aren't qualified at the moment: Bill Wilson, Amy Watkins, Dan Fulton, Don Scott, Anthony Mitchell, Simon Swarbrick, Jack McClure, Stevie Gates, Susie McClure, Frankie Taylor, Josh Duncan. There's 11 of them that want to get in. Thomas Bublitz and Dave Fulton, they're okay. Let's see if they can improve. 10.16 and 9.12. No improvement for either. 10.30, 9.22. So, for the time being, they stay 11 and 16. Next up, Frankie Taylor and Kirsty Tram. Now, Kirsty, number 6, safe. Frankie Taylor, she just likes going fast. I saw her last night. She said, I want an 8 now. I suppose if you remember that Taylor household, yeah, you're going quick. So Frankie Taylor dies 9.73. Do you know what? Even if she doesn't hit it, she's had an epic weekend. I want her to break out, actually. .992 for Frankie Taylor. It's another 9-second pass. She doesn't make the show. But I tell you what, Mick, the team, very, very well done indeed. What a weekend for Frankie Taylor. Right, now the reason I'm saying certain drivers are safe, like Warren Watts, he's number 3. Look at the top 15 in Pro ET are 00 off their dial-in. What do we mean by that? There's a few first-timers out there that are thinking, what on earth are they on about? Why is that car quicker than the other? This is bracket racing. You have Simon Swarbrick in the full pop out there. He reckons his car can run 10.48. That's what he thinks. Warren in the Camaro thinks my car can run 902. So they dial it in. They tell the timing crew that's what they want. The idea then is to run that number. You get... Whoa! Oh, Simon Swarbrick, a monstrous wheelie off the line. Well, he's definitely not going to run a 10:48 now. So unfortunately, that's his weekend done. Warren goes 9:09. So Warren is 700ths off the number that he ran. Now, if that was his only qualifier, that wouldn't have been good enough, because you need to be 039 off your dial-in to get into the show. If he went 9:01 on a 9:02 dial-in, that's a breakout. It's too quick, it doesn't count. And then you sort of think, yeah, that's easy enough, I get that. What happens when they race? We'll explain that to you later on when they do actually race. But if you have one car that dials an 8 and another car dials a 9, it's a 1 second difference between them. The car with a 9-second dial-in will leave 1 second sooner. Well, not leave, but their tree will run 1 second sooner. That's when reaction times come into it, and racing, and well, yeah, that's when it starts getting a little bit difficult. Right, next up, Simon Innes, safe, 10.72. Mason Griffiths, whoa, he's 28th. He would like to move on a little bit. Now then, let's have a look. Mason Griffiths is only 027 off his dial-in, and he's 28th. FIA Pro Modified, 60-minute warning. Oh, Simon Innes and Mason Griffiths, no help. They stay put. 28th is where Mason ends up for the time being. Now, if some of those on the outside looking in don't improve, he's okay. But if 4 of them do, he could get pushed out. Right, Dan Fulton, he is not qualified at the moment. He's 35th. He needs a 10.20 minimum or maximum 10.23. He's got a 300th window to try and find. Laura Bainton should be okay. She's in at number 24 at the moment.
So if the car... Oh.
Right, Laura goes 44, but unfortunately Dan Fulton doesn't find it. He goes 10.41 on that 10.20. He stays on the outside.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the car in the Kestrel beer lane runs a 10.23 or better, you'll hear me and Colin celebrate.
Yeah. Next up, Paul Marston, as I say, well, these are the 00 clubs, aren't they? The top half of the field are 00. It's ridiculously tight. Well, Paul's weekend didn't start brilliantly. The car was like taking a good old wander, but it's calmed down now. Tom Kay, 10.12 for this one. His best run was 10.10 when he dialed 10.10, and then it comes to the thousandths of a second and 10,000ths of a second to separate them. $895 the target, 900 is the flat, and a 10.19 on a 10.12. No movement from those two. Right, Sean Law, I'll tell you what, I had a chat with the team this morning. They were real happy. The car is going great. Really, really good performances. It's consistent. The one run that they had yesterday, a little bit frustrating because it ran, let's try and remember what it was now. They had a dial-in of 1063. They changed it to a 62, and it ran 1063 with 0.
Oh.
So they thought, oh no. All right, Reuben Dawson wants an 8.99. He's 29th. That's not totally safe at the moment. And he stays 29. He goes 9.13, 8.67 on a 62, and an 03 light for Sean Law. Nicely done. Right, Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster, and the lady that holds the number 32 spot, the bump spot, is Marie Mills. She's the nervous one. She's in the show at the moment, but can she stay there? She's 300, well, just under 400th off her dial-in at the moment.
Yeah, Susie McClure not currently in the show, number 42. So if she improves and Marie doesn't, Marie won't be racing this afternoon.
Typically, it's a big burnout for John Tevner. Susie McClure breaks out. I am delighted to say Susie has broken out there.
Awesome.
10.62, 117 mile an hour. Well done, Susie. Didn't qualify, doesn't matter. Right, just looking over at Susie's silver Dodge pickup truck over there. In that truck will be Alfie. Where's Alfie? Give us a wave. Just wave out. There he is. Alfie, happy birthday. Many, many happy returns to Alfie. He'll be hanging out the window of my silver Dodge when Susie goes to the lineup. The truck will be in the lane waiting. Well, there it is, and we managed to get it read out. So happy birthday, Alfie. Enjoy your day.
So, interestingly, JT ran in Super Pro for the whole of this weekend.
And now he gets a one-shot qualifier, effectively.
Because he switched class, yeah.
And now it'll go 8.99. Watch, ready, steady.
Didn't quite go to plan. 9.22 on a 9.14. He only missed it by 800s, but not enough.
Well, the other thing at the moment, obviously, is that I speak to a few racers, and obviously the wind's changed direction as well. Totally different conditions to the rest of the weekend. It's how much to add on the dial-in for the headwind as opposed to... it's a beautiful day. Nice to see some broken cloud as well, actually.
Alan Medley then and Dave Cherritt, both of these guys in the show. Alan in the number 27 spot. Will that be enough to stay in? You've already seen Marie Mills goes. I'll get my words out eventually. Marie Mills go. She is on the number 32 spot. Yeah, everyone seems to... Well, at the start of the round, everyone was breaking out, and now everyone's running a bit slow.
Yeah, as Darryl just pointed out, the wind direction's changed today. They've been out of tailwind yesterday. It's a bit of a headwind today, so everything that they thought they knew yesterday has changed.
I'm sure Mr. Parker can update us at some point how much difference that makes to your dial. So if there's no wind at all, it will run what you predict. If it's a tailwind, it probably adds 300s, as in, sorry, makes it quicker. And a headwind will probably add 300s on, so it's quite a big difference.
Well, what you'll tend to see is some of the heavy hitters in the class will hang to the back of the qualifying order.
See how it works.
Just to see what it's doing.
So, for you and your juniors, did the headwind make much difference?
Huge difference.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It was the biggest impact over anything else.
So, Bill Wilson, not yet qualified in the Kestrel Lane. This will be probably his last shot. Well, he's number 33. I hope someone else is not qualified. I thought Stevie Gates was broken and went home.
No, this is an unbelievable one, this. There is a workshop pretty close to Hauser Racing, actually. They had this issue with the head where it
that's right.
thread.
Yeah.
They managed to get the head over to the company. They said, yep. They just pushed everything else aside, fixed it, re-welded it, put it all back together. Jobs are good. And back on the car.
One-shot
qualifier. They were ready to pack up and go home, but everybody around them said, no, let's give it a go.
This is the kind of thing that can make all the difference come September Championship time, isn't it? You know, if he'd have sat out this weekend and not tried, he's still got to qualify. But if he's sat out
got
this
to
weekend,
run between 8.57 and 8.60. It's as simple as that.
if it's a 62, I don't think he'll be in.
No, you won't.
If it's
got to be 8.57
to 55,
to 8.60.
he's not in. That is a tiny window for one run. Can he do it? The answer is
No.
terrific effort though. 9.92 in the other lane for Will Clark. Stays with number 24.
Better to have tried and lost than not to have tried in the first place, but a good effort from the team. Just didn't quite work out there, 8.75. But take my hat off to them for the sheer effort they went to. Dave Rudd, Matthew Dowdy.
No.
So Matthew, one of the 00 gang. He's currently in the 8th spot.
One of the many. So can Dave Rudd nail down anything better than number 22? He's got to be 00 to be in the top 10. No, slows up considerably actually. He's been Matthew Dowdy doesn't improve, but it would have taken a lot. Could we have comp eliminator please down into the pairing lanes? Comp eliminator.
All right, these two safe. John Bean and Duncan McClure. And in fact, we're running out of drivers that can bump into the show now. So John Bean does a 9.01. Doug McClure, 11.42. Do you know what? There's big differences on the numbers today. 9.11 for John Bean, 54 for Doug. They're both about a tenth off. Conditions have really changed, and looking at the speed of the turbines and the flags, there is a bit of a stiff breeze out there, and it is obviously having an effect.
Well, Chris, thank you very much indeed. Chris, obviously listening. Tailwind is 1/3 of a headwind. So a headwind is 3 times the effect of a tailwind. That makes sense. Thank you. I presume that's what you meant, Chris. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. We won't see Chris in a minute because we're not running Super Pro yet, are we?
No, that probably won't be until much later.
Okay. So we've already called comp, so I'm sure all the others won't be far behind, folks.
Johnny McClure, Mark Huxley, 10.20 plays 9.81.
Well, Johnny is, I think he's pretty safe now, isn't he?
I think so. 87 and 53. Mark stays 40. And Johnny stays 30.
So, other than, well, the rest of the weekend, obviously, the conditions have been very, very similar. This is, the headwind does
Right,
make
so
a
Bob
difference.
Malden, 31. Let's have a look, see who's behind. Bill Wilson has run. We haven't seen Amy yet. We haven't seen Dan Fulton. We haven't seen Anthony Mitchell yet. John Tebnan's run. Stevie Gates run. Frankie Taylor's run. Simon's run. We haven't seen Josh. So, yeah, there's still a few to run.
Josh is right there.
Yeah.
He's right at the front of the lanes.
So Bob Malden not safe just yet.
Yeah, Amy's around there as well.
So Lee Morris Darling 10.02, Bob Malden 9.41. $9.50, 10.13. Again, a tenth off pretty much for both of them. Ronnie Mercer 10.30. Neil Watkins 11.42. Now Neil normally, Neil ran 35. There we go. 30. 9/10 of a second difference on his dial-in.
Possibly, because it's got a very big front. And I'm not being rude, I'm just saying that big frontal area.
Aero's going to make a big difference here.
Yeah.
So he, in effect, has adjusted his dial-in by almost 1/10 of a second because of wind change, or wind direction change.
So is Ronnie as well, actually. Running with no nitrous, 10:30 probably will be about where he wants to be. 38 and a 51. Yeah, quite some difference.
800ths off, 900ths off. You can see the pattern here.
Well, the one good thing is they're probably going to go into first round later on today. The conditions will be pretty similar to this, I would have thought.
Well, Brett, he's number 2 qualifier. He's totally safe with regards to qualifying. Now then, 963 is his dialing. Brett's one of those who'll probably run the number when we think he'll probably run a 970, but hey, let's see. Well,
500
68.
Well, Amy's picked one of the more difficult sessions, as has Josh Duncan, in recent memory, to try and bump into the field. We're not saying for definite this will be the last qualifying session, however...
No, but it is definitely,
yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
because their
enough.
next scheduled run is eliminations.
Fair enough.
So this is their last qualifier.
To be completely fair and straight about it, it is qualifying session number 7, so it's not like they've not been doing much. I like the name of that, called Financial Mistake. So, Josh Duncan, 9.60, anything 964 or better, but not quicker than 960 will do it. Look at Nick's dialing, he was in the 9s yesterday, now a 10.09. $9.90, Josh moves up 3 spots, but it's not good enough, unfortunately. A 10.16. We may say there's maybe a bit of a theme. Nick absolutely knows what he's doing come to bracket racing, and even he missed.
Yeah. So, Amy Watkins, this is do or die for her, quite simple. She's not in the show. Tom is, he's number 1. But Amy is number 34. At the moment, she is second alternate, so it's not totally game over. But it is. She wants to be in on her own merit.
I was just going to say you'd rather. Well, this is the last pair as well. We've got junior dragsters rolling around now.
Just on hold for a moment, waiting for news from top end, making sure. Ian's just double checking to make sure Amy and
they're okay with holding for a moment.
Yeah, making sure they're okay.
Well, I can see actually right down the top end. Look, the track crew scrambling to do something. I'm not sure. Is someone stopped out there? Ah, no, it's just checking the racetrack is what it is. God blimey, when you're trying to bump into the field, this is not the kind of nervous weight you need, is it?
So that was Josh Duncan that just went down the left lane.
Yeah, the crew are standing legs astride. Well, going to give Amy the solo. And I think we are going to be on with the clean-up in the Kestrel lane in just a couple of moments.
Well, Amy needs the run, Tom doesn't. That's the weird one there.
Well, she's going to get the run. It's got to be a 965, a 66 or a 67 to be really safe. Oh. My goodness me.
2/10,000ths of a second breakout. 964.98.
How frustrating is bracket racing, eh?
Oh.
Unbelievable. A small breath of wind, a slightly shallower stage, which Amy does perfectly anyway. We don't need to say that. That's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable, that is. So, yeah, there's a bit...
heart sinks when you see that, doesn't it?
It really does. Well, she still may be around to race, but she's going to have to rely on someone else not being around to race.
That's hard. 964.98 when she needed 965.00.
And the trouble was she couldn't afford to lift because she slowed up too much. Then she definitely would have been outside.
Yeah.
Unreal. Okay, FIA Top Fuel, 90-minute warning actually for them. We're not far away from all the big loud stuff. Do you know, I like that. The windmills have changed direction. That would be really nice because it means that cloud will go...
Looking at the live feed, look at the amount of cars that are parked up there. That's a helicopter ride, actually. Fancy going up and getting an aerial view of Santa Pod? Yeah, pop up and book yourself in a helicopter ride.
The wind's changed direction too, because those windmills were pointing over sort of behind the grandstand way. It's now coming straight down, if you look at it.
Which is good news for bike riders, i.e. it's not a crosswind.
Correct. Very, very
They like
correct.
that. Headwind they can deal with, tailwind they really like, but crosswind, nah, don't like that. Right, next up then, it is a monster truck. No, sorry, he just looked at the screen. Boom. I think it's Tom Watkins coming forward now to put his run in. And then it'll be on to Junior Dragster.
I've just realised it's lunchtime. Where does time go when we do this? Honestly,
It
it's like a
vanishes.
time vacuum,
Yeah.
isn't it, really, sitting up here most of the time? Although I haven't been sat up here for much of it.
Well, Tom, he took the #1 spot in round 1 of qualifying in Pro ET. He was never headed, and he did it with a perfect ET. 9.08 with a 0. He hit his number bang on. Had what we call a perfect ET. Bizarrely, Amy Watkins was closer to a perfect number, but it was the wrong side. It was a breakout. A lovely launch, 0.4 light. Now then, the target for this one is 9.09. And he goes 9.08 with a 7, breaks out too quick. But his best run from previous is the one that counted. We move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. And once again, I always say thank you to the class sponsors. This one is Lucas. And if you want to see all of their products, they are in the pod shop. They are very well represented in there. Your first pair, Lola Bell Kent. Fair to say Dad did rather well yesterday in Nitro Funny Car, set a new speed record. 294 miles an hour. Outstanding. Going alongside, shall we check it? #3 qualifier. With only 2 runs. She was at school all day Friday, so she couldn't start racing until yesterday. But in her 2 runs, she made #3. Lola Bell, 007 red. Oh, so close. Chev went 02 red, so no improvement for those 2. So this is the last qualifier then for Junior Dragster. Lena Wolf with the Junior Funny Car. How cool is that? Going alongside Teddy Howe with his Howe Motorsports Junior Dragster. That's Dad Matt out front. And if you notice all the new fencing that has appeared Santa Pod around the catering area, around the trader area and next to the pairing lanes, that's what Matt does for a living. He's the man responsible for all our new fencing. So thanks indeed to Matt, and of course his company. They actually did these live fence repairs at home, so thanks for that one, Matt. Well, a bit too quick there for Lena Wolf. A little bit off pace there for Teddy. But they remain qualified, of course. Lena #7, Teddy #26. Neve DV. Notice the nice trailer wrap in the pits on Neve's Junior Dragster trailer.
Yeah, Richie always looks after
He
his
does.
girls, doesn't he?
Quite quiet out there. And it will be, maybe a concern actually in the Kestrel beer lane.
It's an upward concern. Right, we're about to find out whether God is
Yes.
a drag racing fan or not, because everyone looks behind the grandstand, they can see a big cloud. However, to the side of it, there is blue sky. We are hoping we get as much of the blue sky as possible,
Yeah.
and not as much of the wet stuff as possible. So we can't race as I'm sure Colin's explained many times.
Yes, a couple of spots hitting the window now, actually.
Yeah, we cannot run when there's any form of moisture on the racetrack, and I mean any. These are slick tyres. We can't just put on wet weather tyres and go racing. It's not that simple, especially when you're dealing with the amounts of horsepower that some of these cars put out, and bikes as well, obviously. So we will be back with you, or back running, obviously, as soon as we possibly can. Yeah, I've seen a couple of umbrellas go up now as well anyway.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll only be a couple of spits and spots. If you look around, it's mostly actually really, really nice. It's just there's a couple of areas of slightly wetter stuff. So fingers crossed it passes by quite quickly, and we'll be back to racing as soon as possible. However, you want something to watch for a moment? Prick your ears up. Grab yourself a good view of the monster trucks as well. I'm sure we can put the monster trucks on the big screen at some point.
You can tell what's going on.
well,
That's Tony Dixon doing a donut with Swamp Thing.
Swamp Rat.
Swamp
Yeah,
Rat's a
something
dragster.
like that.
But yeah.
Anyway, folks, we can only apologise for the delay. Actually, Dave's picking up the button again. You never know. It might have just been a couple of spots. Yeah, we are. We're straight back on with it again. Safety is paramount. However, if it ain't raining, we're getting on with it.
There they are. Two monster trucks just parking up in the middle over there.
You got that one? So, Liam McDonald and Neve Deavy. Well, one good bit of news is the wind's changed direction, so what's over there looks a lot nicer than what's behind the grandstand. Anyway, we shall see. So, Liam currently number 6, Neve number 9. 0.133 and 0.95 for Neve.
All right, next up then, Harry Peters. And just waiting for Jack Taylor to roll forward. There he is, just appeared. Okay. At the moment, Harry is number 17, Jack number 25. They need to go 0-4-1 or better to get into the top 16. Right, let's see. I don't think that's going to help either of them, actually. Yep, Harry stays 17, Jack stays number 25. Right, both the Cooper boys are down there, Jake Cooper and Kai Cooper. Jake is in the Kestrel beer lane. He's currently number 13. His best so far is an 019 reaction time. And Kai, he's number 4, 004 reaction time. Yet the kids qualify on reaction times, not ETs. That's why they are so sharp when they move on up into the senior classes. Oh, 1-1 for Jake. That's going to move him up into the number 10 spot from 13. Kai stays put. He went red, unfortunately. FIA Pro Stock 6-minute warning for you guys in the pits.
22
Freddie Taylor out next with Ada Cassisi for company. They are 13 and 14. Oh, 2.8 for Freddie Taylor. And Ada goes 0.14. No help for those two. They're going to stay put. Freddie 13, Ada 14. Well, Daniel Weir, he is number one. And more than likely going to stay there. He went 0.006 off perfection in qualifying earlier on. Tom Peters, he's currently number 21. He needs a 0.4 just to get to the top 16. Or if he wants that number one, he's going to have to pretty much get all the zeros. Well, they both go red, unfortunately. Tom only just. 002 red. Daniel went 02 red. So they'll stay put. Next pair coming forward. It's another one of the Taylors. That lovely colour scheme on the Black Magic car you can see on the live stream there and on the big screens here, of course. The juniors are so proud of their race machines. Going alongside Molly Openshaw with the Evil Tune Junior Dragster from Bolton. Max based in Chertsey.
So this is the last qualifying session for Junior Dragsters
It
as
is,
well?
yeah.
Okay. If you're wondering why we're having the last session, the first part of Sunday, that's because everyone's been here for 2 days already, and they've already had 6 qualifying runs.
Yeah. Oh, Max stays number 8. A nice 0.2 light though. And Molly stays 18 with a 0.12. All right, Mackenzie Love and Sam Fairhurst. Not as high up as they would like to be. This is just purely qualifying. Eliminations is another story. But it all counts for points. For Mackenzie, 04 for Sam. Yeah, Mackenzie's going to move up with that one to number 15 from 19. Sam moves up from 23 to 21. Not many moves in this session, to be honest, but then it is very tightly packed at the top anyway.
Anyone that manages to move anywhere in this session is doing incredibly well.
Well, top 9 are on 00. Ted Sullivan, Chloe Crunwell. You've got the Bulldog and the Candy Hayes machines out there.
Yeah, Chloe pointed very much to the right, but with Junior Dragsters, that's not quite as much of an issue as it is with the cars that don't have the front wheels in the air for a while. No improvement, breather point 204, put 177 for Ted. Chloe won't be moving up either, unfortunately. No, it's day 5, 27. Okay, Frankie Kent and Luke Mugridge. Luke is 12, Frankie's 17. I saw Shelley post last night that both Frank and Lola have got virtually exactly the same reaction time, bar like, I think it's a 10,000s. They're both on no 4s.
Still not many moves, is there? 0.5 from Luke. Frankie goes 0.31.
And one of the most noticeable things, even in the last 10 minutes, is the windmills have completely changed direction. Like, totally. Also, that big cloud behind the grandstand that looked like it was coming straight for us is now tootling past over there, which is a good thing, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Just wave
if
goodbye.
you look at the direction of the windmills, they have been facing 90 degrees. No, maybe 45 degrees further to the left of where they are. But that's a really big change. What difference does that make, Tom?
Yes. It would make more of a difference if it was to turn around, but turning from a crosswind from one side to the other,
Not too much.
Not too much, but it would still make a couple of hundredths difference. It also makes a difference on which lane you choose.
Okay.
Because on one side you're protected from the bank, the other side of the grandstand.
Yeah, but you only run into half track. Does that still make a difference? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
0.4 and 4.0.
Could we have... Sorry.
I think Emmy might move up a spot or 2. 3.
Nice. FIA top methanol into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have FIA top methanol into the lanes, please? Do you know what I did then? Instead of pressing the button to clear the screen, I turned my mic off. That's I've never done this before. I don't know how to do it. Obviously.
Novice.
No, obviously never.
Sam Hiscock comes forward to the line to put his last qualifier in. He's currently number 16. His best is 0.34 on the reaction time. The Boost Monkey Jr. is 0.03. And that's put Grace into number 2 spot.
Yeah, what you tend to see on the Sunday is people go for more of an elimination light, or just prove me wrong then.
Wow. Grace went 0.05 to prove her qualifying wasn't a fluke, but Sam Hiscock goes 0.030 to go in front of Grace. Sam Hiscock up to number 2. Excellent job.
I was going to say people go for elimination lights, but they weren't.
No. Well done. So do you that's actually the top 10 have gone 00.
They might be their elimination lights, mate. That's probably what they were doing.
That's the difference, isn't it?
Right, Jacqueline Bartlett, what can she do? Right over to the right-hand side of the lane. Oh, it's an 0.11. Goes up to number 12.
Oh, only by, what's that, 1/10,000th of a second as well.
Yeah, but was 24th up to number 12. Even KB's happy with that. Well done. 16th was 0.2. Right, that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. On now to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. The Bluebird is just going to put some extra traction down there first, though. I can also see the two-seater is back in the lanes as well. So whilst the track is having some extra traction applied, let's just take a breather just for a moment, because we got a lot to get through today, and our voices could start wearing out. Even though there's 3 of us today, we're going to be up against it. So let's race to the vocal cords and let Nitro FM 96.2 take the airwaves. But as soon as we start once again, we'll take it back. Well, whilst we're doing a little bit of track prep out there, let's go to commentator cam and looking inside Michael D'Souza's car there. Michael, fingers crossed, mate. Now then, Michael is running in Street Eliminator, of course, with that beautiful car. He's having nitrous issues this weekend. The car is stuck in the 10.6s. He really, really does want... There's that offending bottle. Well, it's not the bottle that's offending it. It's the system works well in the pits. It's just not firing properly on the track. And if it works, I'll tell you what, Michael's going to go from the 10s probably straight into the 9s. Michael's first full season in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and what a welcoming addition to the class he is. Car is absolutely gorgeous. You can see on the outside of the car, it looks pretty normal, but you looked on the inside and it's all caged up, looking really, really good. Just to the left, we can see, now camera go to the left, there we go. That is Evolution. That is Al Mack behind the wheel of the car there. He looks rather menacing, doesn't he? There he is. There's Al himself. Wow, what a weekend he's having. 7.4s this weekend. Doing really well indeed. What can he do to take a win here? It can't be that far away. He knows what he's doing. Car is just as quick as ever. And he's had that car for years. Check out the number plate. Bad 162E. And that is the Volvo 162.
It's a hell of a car.
Yeah, it's a hell of a car.
It's a family heirloom that he's never going to get rid of, I don't think.
Oh, unfortunately, we could have carried on a little bit longer with that, but it is time to go qualifying for one more time for Street Eliminator. After they've done this run, they will then go back to the pits, get themselves ready, and go out on the cruise.
In 1 hour.
In 1 hour?
In an hour, yeah.
Yeah, I was just speaking to Elliot Day in the pairing lanes, and he's sitting out this session because he's got his car ready for the cruise in 1 hour after this run.
Right, Top Fuel, 60-minute warning. Well, the quickest car in the class, the fastest car in the class this weekend is, of course, Andy Bond with a 7.04 at over 200 miles an hour. His best this weekend, 2.09.
I wonder what his best is since the tyre rules changed, actually, because that...
I think that's it.
It's a very sedate-looking launch for Andy, actually, by comparison to usual. He's on the brakes already. So he was just doing that for some data, and then he will go on the cruise. 10.62 for Nick. This is also the most amount of Street Eliminator cars we've seen for a long time. And there's loads more about as well. Very much looking forward to seeing some of them, especially the one and only Davey Murdoch's Firebird.
James, little twist on the story here. James Murray, his next door neighbour, is a good mate of Al Williamson. Al Williamson had to go back to base because he needed a new blower belt because the one they had, they'd stripped the teeth off it. But James Murray had also gone back to base, and they didn't realise each other were going. So they both took a trip, and only really one of them needed to.
That's a good-looking race, actually. Could be
Come on, James, get into the 9s.
Yes. Yeah.
9.98 is best of the weekend. What a time to do it. 136 mile an hour. 9.74, 1.43 for Ash.
Transit man with a parachute. Honestly, the parachute probably comes out each time and going, help, why? Why am I stopping something that's 2 tons?
What is Ash's PB with that transit? Do we know?
About
I think it's in the 4s, 9.4s.
Yeah, 940 or thereabout. Thing is, obviously, headwind again, and it's now virtually straight down the racetrack again, and with change direction again. It's going to affect him more than anyone, isn't it, really?
Yes.
Absolutely that. So, Michael D'Souza, we just saw him in the lanes, as Colin said, being having nitrous issues this weekend, taking on the one and only Al Mack with a Volvo, Evolution. It's the only car in drag racing that I know of that he opens the sunroof, manually, I might add, for the burnout to let all the smoke out, and then as he comes forward, he winds it closed again. It's quite impressive it stays in at that speed. So fingers crossed everything goes to plan for Michael D'Souza this time around. Michael D'Souza's thinking he's probably left the handbrake on again. Look at that. 755, 189, pretty much where he's been all weekend, actually. Michael, looks like where he's been at weekend as well, unfortunately for him. 10.78, 21. So the one, the only, Tony Higgs. Jenny this morning sent us a message to say, we've got to run today, because it was raining at the time. We've got to run today to justify the, because Tony wants to go over 200 miles an hour to justify the cost of the twin parachutes, basically. So that's Tony in the Kestrel Lane, going to be shooting for 200 miles an hour in that Capri, even. He's got everything in his locker to do it. Taking on Graham Smith with Grimhilda. Basically the Rufus Toy Reborn. What a car. What a weekend he's had down into the mid-8s. Tony Higgs plants the tyres and he's off with a 122 60 foot. He wants 200 miles an hour though, and he goes 196. New personal best ET. The speed slightly down, but only slightly. Graham Smith with an 8.969. And don't forget, folks, as we've mentioned many times, these are street cars. They are street legal. They run on street treaded tyres. They don't run on slicks. They don't run wheelie bars. Yes, they've got parachutes. We get that. But take the parachutes off and they could turn left or right off the end of the racetrack and go out for a drive, which is exactly what they're going to do in
an hour.
Exactly that.
With the parachutes on.
So this is Joe Stevens and Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey. Victoria is in the 7s in qualifying, but they want more than a 790 and they won't get it that time. Didn't move at all. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a bit lively. 9.35 for Joe, 1.48. He's already been at 9.07. It is great to see Joe back. It's a shame it's not in the stiletto. The wind direction's changed again. Either that or the windmills are winding us up. That's what it is.
They can do what they like.
Well, they're trying to blow the clouds away. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they were installed for.
No Elliot in this session because he's standing there smiling at me.
Yeah, he told me he's got his car ready for the cruise.
Well, they've done all they need to in qualifying, as in on the track, haven't they? So part of, we have to explain as well, the reason they go out on the cruise, it's part of the qualifying process. So it's come out and run a number on the racetrack, then go out on a cruise, 22 miles, 24 miles, thereabouts. They have to stop, they have to take on fuel. It's very heavily regulated to make sure they are absolutely 100% street legal cars. They're 200 mile an hour street legal cars, mind, but they are still street legal.
And the other thing is, when they come back to the track, the lead vehicle, the first one back, that's when the 5-minute clock starts. So the last car has to come back within 5 minutes of the first.
Otherwise?
Yeah. Oh, front wheels came out there for Rob Carter. Bizarrely, he's a tenth down on his 60 foot from normal. 8.02. So that's a wrap for qualifying for Street Eliminator. And they'll be going out on their cruise in an hour's time. Third run of the day already for the two-seater dragster. As we say, top methanol into the pairing lanes, please. A few people tuning into the live feed at home already, including Perry Wilson. Was here yesterday, but watching it at home today. Right, after the two-seater, it will be the jet car with Fire Force number 3. So for the third time today already. So we had 7.9s around about 167, 168 miles an hour. A 7.9 at 166 on that particular run. Okay, we are now getting ready for our pro session, well, pro session number 3 in effect, as we had 2 yesterday. To lead us into that, it will be Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3, the Jet Funny Car. Well, one thing that we haven't done yet today, say hello to everybody out there on the banking. A very, very warm welcome to Santa Pod today. Who thought there was going to be underwater today? You got that wrong, didn't we? Thank goodness. We're delighted. It's great out there at the moment. And also on the spectator grandstands, a very, very warm welcome to you as well. Hands up those if it's your first day here today. Oh, you've got a few first-timers today. There's a few. On the banking, let's have a look over there. First-time visitors. Let's see who's never been before. We have a few over there as well. I hope you enjoy it. What's taken you so long to find us? A very good morning. No, that's to check the time, actually. It's afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody on Bankside VIP. How are you all? Are you first-timers as well? Oh, we've got a quiet little jet car for you. Won't make much of a noise. It's just a jet. It's no problem.
Just a whooshing noise.
Yeah, it makes a whooshing noise. Instead of engines going rah, it just goes whoosh. Nice and simple.
But keep your ear defenders on.
Yeah, but keep your ear defenders on. Good point. Right, okay. This is the first part of bringing the processions to life then. This is Martin Hill, who's been racing these jet cars for 35 plus years now. This is Fire Force number 3, which tells you there were 2 that preceded this one. Fire Force 2, he's still got, actually. Comes out at various events. Number 1, unfortunately, is no longer with us. Number 4 is kept in storage here at the workshops. And number 5, you will see a little bit later on. That is the Jet Dragster. Can we have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Modified, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So, Martin Hill then. Fastest jet funny car in the world, basically. Set that quite a few years ago at 335 plus miles an hour. Unbelievable run. What happened was he caught a huge gulp of air as he approached the finish line, and it acted like warp drive. It just mixed in with the fuel and just gave him a huge kick, and that just boosted that top speed up. So Martin Hill just going through the procedure to get everything ready for Richie to come out front to start the show. So the body is now latched down over the chassis of the car. Richie now moves on forward. Check out the first timers that put their hands up a moment ago and you'll see their reaction.
If you've brought a new timer with you, film them.
Oh well, she nearly dropped her phone filming that. So Richie gives the signal now to Martin to wind it up, give it more.
Cool, that made me jump then.
Okay, thank goodness that's over. Here we go then, Martin Hill, Richie and the team, give them a big wave. They really appreciate your input. As Martin Hill now gives it everything. Are we on for another 5-second run here? Oh, indeed we are. 593, 256 miles an hour. Lovely pass there for Martin. And what a way to open up. Colin Pudge is down there. Happy birthday. Yes, we knew it. Of course, Sue Pudge as well. That's Callum's mum and dad. A nice little birthday treat for Colin down there. Just spotted him right at the last minute. I wonder what we got for his birthday from Callum. I know, a Santa Pod fleece. Ah, lovely. Great to see you, Colin. As I say, happy birthday, mate. Right, we get ready for Comp Eliminator.
There's going to be some fun stuff going on in this one.
Oh, I bet. Especially a certain Honda.
Well, Honda and an Escort as well. It could well be a hell of a race. We'll get to that because I think they're going to be tagging on the end, aren't they, Cole?
Right. Oh, right. I didn't realise that was part of the plan.
Yeah. Yeah. No. They're all being well. They're going to be side by side.
Going for it.
Exactly. Both of them going for it in a big old way. So I'm just going to have a quick wander up the lanes, if that's all right with you fellas.
Yeah, please do.
Well, it's nice and quiet anyway. So we've got the Fraudster down here. We've got... who else have we got? Just about everybody else in Comp, I think. Comp are one of the classes that actually do race or run back on Thursday. So they've been here for a few days as well. We've got Chris Orthodoxou with the Apocalypse Viper, Belinda Ball, and I can see hanging around right at the back the one and only Ahmed Jamshed with that Honda Civic.
Very poignant, actually, Darren, if you can hear me down there. For Belinda Bull, this is quite a poignant run, actually, because in the parachute pack, we do have ashes of Tony Morris and Drea's parents in the chutes. So another...
well, I'm stood next to them.
Yeah.
I'm actually stood next to Tony and Andrea down here, and they're waiting, obviously, like you said, for this run. We've got a couple of spots in the air, but it won't last long. Obviously, you can see the blue sky, and the blue sky is coming. It's just what's above us. It's a little bit spotty at the moment, that's all.
And it's so good to see Chris back from yesterday. Not too sure what the issues were, but he was clicked off on the line. Needs to make a run in. He ran down into the low 60s, I believe, yesterday. 663, I think I can see there.
Yeah,
well,
although it's got the times up there, yeah, I think you're right there, 663. It hasn't got the names attributed to them yet.
Yeah, there are a couple of spots in the air, fellas, so if it's all right, just for a couple of moments. I think, if you can see me on the live stream, can you?
We can, yeah.
Okay, I do apologise. New shirt, what do you think, folks? Not bad? Well, the cameraman gave you the thumbs up, so that means...
Darryl, I think you look as good as me today, mate.
Oh, really? I'll take it off then. Seriously? Is that right? Well, maybe not now. Nobody wants to see that.
It's only because we got the same shirt on.
Something like that, anyway. So, yeah, we do have a couple of tiny spots in the air, but if you look towards the sky and look at the windmills, we won't be long at all. Actually, they're not little spots, they're big ones, but it won't be long at all. At the head of the lanes, we've got our very good buddy, Mr. Luke Stevenson, over here. Give us a wave, Luke. With the front-wheel drive Golf. Luke's been desperately trying to get down into the 11s. Just proves you've got to show up and try, most importantly. Matt Davison with the Mr. Boost Civic right next to him. Chris Orthodoxou just over there with the Apocalypse Viper. There we go. Just as soon as those spots of rain came down, they've gone again. So if you have a look at this car, folks, this car is absolutely Pro Mod legal. But he does run in Competition Eliminator now and again. It's based on the Dodge Viper body. It's got a supercharged Hemi underneath the hood from Mike Janis. How you doing, Chris? Good to see you again. And the car itself is one of the most swoopy Dodge Vipers I think you're ever going to see. Right behind him, we've got the Fraudster with Kev Jenkins. Everybody's strapped in, so I can't talk to anyone or annoy them, unfortunately. But that's probably why they're strapped in the cars anyway. But yeah, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. You can see up close with the transmission. This car is a real work of art. Very, very quick indeed. The reason it's called a fraudster is because it's got, obviously, it's got the Ford body, but it does have a Vauxhall engine in there, of all things. Yeah, we are getting a couple of spots of rain, but again, it won't be long at all. I'm looking at the sky and there's more blue than there is clouds. So we're not going to be long. We aren't going to be long. But I can't actually get and annoy anybody for the simple reason that they're all strapped in.
But the looks things, they're all being put to bed as well. All the
yeah, it's just to keep, because they are quite large raindrops. I mean, everybody that's sitting in the grandstand or on the bank can feel them. We can feel them. But looking at the sky, there's not going to be that much of them anyway, so we won't be long. Anyway, folks, I will hand back to you guys in a minute. You five at home, including Fudge the dog, very good afternoon. Hope you're all behaving yourselves. And yeah, I'll hand back to you guys for a couple of moments. We'll be back on with qualifying.
Okay, thanks ever so much indeed, Daryl. But yeah, it's a bit difficult to talk to a driver if they put the cover over the car.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, they're covering. No one's getting out.
Well, there's no need to.
No. They're all in the car. They're all in the car, not going anywhere. So normally I can pester people as much as possible doing this, but I can't pester anyone because they're all strapped in and got their crash helmets on. And even if we could talk to them, we wouldn't be able to hear a great deal. Anyway, so we will be back with you, obviously, as soon as we can. We've mentioned this a number of times. We can't go anywhere with any moisture on the racetrack. The sun's about to come out, though, so, you know.
The sun is out in the shutdown area.
Oh, okay.
You can actually see it. And if you look at the top end, you can see the sun now reaches the gantry.
Yeah, it's coming down the track.
It's coming down the track.
Good.
Well, we can start the clocks on this, see what ET the sun is going to put. That's how bizarre it is. It really is.
Well, at least everybody's here. No one's moving. No one's
now
going
you can
away.
see it coming down the banking.
There you go.
So the sun will be out very shortly indeed.
I think at this moment in time, John O'Graham would say the sun is about to shine on the righteous. So drag racing fans obviously are.
Yep, and then eventually it will reach the tower.
Yeah, it won't be long.
It's just going past the 8th mile at the minute.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's not much for ETs, is it really?
No.
Right, well, they're taking the covers off, so yeah. So apologies for the waffle, which may stick, unfortunately. We will be back with you.
Yeah, I think that, as I say, a waffle of commentators is probably the new phrase. It's a bit like the tuning advice with it, laptopery.
Laptopery, I love it.
Tractor Pillar is still my all-time favourite.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Was years ago. That one was.
Hey, it doesn't matter if it's good, it sticks. Yeah, it's actually it's a bit wet on down here, but it's only a couple of spots. Anyway, I'll leave it to you fellas for a couple of moments because there isn't anyone to annoy. I do apologise, but cool, that's warm actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it suddenly
Nice.
suddenly got warm.
There you go. So the spots will evaporate in absolutely no time at all because the racetrack being black, covered in rubber, it does get warm very quickly and it tends to dissipate in no time. Anyway, I'll be quiet. Up to you.
Okay. Well, it looks like, I mean, I can't call it myself, but it looks like it could be Matty Davison and Luke Stevenson could be your first pair to come round the corner. This is the last, penultimate qualifier for Comp Eliminator. They will have one more in the second pro session today. Then obviously tomorrow they go into eliminations. It literally is a case of, right. God, dear, sorry about that. Keep coughing. I want to say something, the words won't come out. I'll let Thomas speak for a moment.
Yeah, well, as Colin said earlier, the good thing about the racetrack is because it's black and nice and sticky, all of the water that lands on it evaporates very, very quickly. It's why you see when a car drops fluid, we'll wait a second before we say anything, because if it evaporates quickly, it could either be water or race fuel. Obviously, oil won't evaporate. But looking around into the lanes, I can see... Oh, I can see Terry Newton back out. I know he missed a couple of runs yesterday.
Silly question, Thomas, but I mean, I know Darren and I have pretty much seen everything here, but what's the strangest thing that you've seen appear on the racetrack that's come off a vehicle or a bike or anything like that?
As in fallen off a car that's gone down the track?
Yeah, it just appeared.
I've been hit by an Allen key that was in my car.
Right, okay.
Whilst I was driving it.
Yeah.
I was adjusting the pedals and forgot I put it there.
Yeah.
And launched it. I got hit by it.
Fool.
What was it the other week? Someone's spanner fell out. That was a bizarre one.
My favourite, and a genuine one, I think it was Bug Jam, and it was Run What You Brung. And basically what people could do at that event is bring their vehicles onto the track from pits, camping or wherever. Obviously you had to make sure their wheels were clean, no problem. Anyway, this VW camper appeared on the start line. It was quite a quick one. Obviously they'd set up in the field to camp. And the vehicle launched quite well. The back door opened and his sleeping bag fell out. And a wall-mounted Swatch clock watch. You know the watch?
Yeah.
Right, it's a wall-mounted one of them. That fell out the back of it. I have never laughed so much in my life when you see someone's sleeping bag and a wall-mounted Swatch clock fall out the back of the camper, landed on the track. We just went and picked it up and went, what on earth is that? And that was honestly the most bizarre thing I've ever seen fallen out of the back, fallen off a vehicle or out of a vehicle. Very, very amusing indeed. That's yet to be beaten in my eyes.
Yeah. What about you, Daryl? What have you seen? If you can hear me.
No, I don't think you can at the moment. But no, that wins it for me.
Oh yeah. Well, you see some bizarre things at Bug Jam.
Yeah.
What was it a few years ago? And I mean, a good few years ago. I wasn't racing yet when I saw it. They did pram racing. It was two guys racing prams up the track, running race.
I think one of the funniest was when Sam Young with the Blackcurrant Beetle took on the Westphalia camper, and I can't remember who it was, but they called the vehicle "Put the Kettle On," and he dialed in a 22-second run, and the run went fairly well. Luke Stevenson and I were just crying with laughter, and as basically Sam got wheel spin off the line. And the camper won because it was a bracket race. It was VW Pro versus VW Sportsman.
Oh yeah.
And Luke will remember who it is. But yeah, that was quite a few years ago. That was a funny one. But yeah, crazy world of drag racing, which leads me in very, very nicely. Okay, this is the FIA. This is the main event, but you can drag race anything. You can come to a run with your brung, pay your fee. Join in, and if you've got a very nice hot street BMW or Audi, or you've got a little Ford Escort, or even if you've got a VW bay window camper, you can run it at Run What You Brung. Come and enjoy it.
I think the best thing I saw was, I think it was Michael Goodin. I might be wrong, who has quite a quick drag bike. Ran, broke the bike.
Yeah.
But was still signed on for the day. So I brought his van round.
Yeah.
He was racing his van for the rest of the day.
It is good fun. It is good fun. As I say, if you want to get involved in the sport, just get onto Santapod's website. Check out RWYB, which is Run What You Brung. And basically, if we haven't got a full-blown race meeting on that weekend, then it's normally a Run What You Brung. Come and have for fun. Try the drag strip out for yourself. It could be the start of a whole new world for you. A lot of people come from Run What You Brung, start entering competitions, start entering events, and really just enhances the experience. There you can say you've driven up this Santapod quarter mile. You've got a timing slip for it. It is really, really good.
Yeah, slippery slope though, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daryl, for reminding me.
No. I wasn't actually referring to you for once.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the amount of people that started out just sort of like coming out for fun. And one of the funniest, it was in Custom Car years and years ago. They were interviewing Jimmy Hibbard, and Jimmy said, "Oh, it's all right. We're only doing this season for fun." And underneath, I think it was Tim Bagley wrote, he said, "Yeah, the first one's always for fun. It's the next 21 that come after that are deadly serious." And that's basically how it works out for a lot of people. You know, they find out just how much fun it is. Another great example, actually, is Kirsty Tram. Because Kirsty had been coming racing for years with her family, the Tram family, a big part of Santapod Raceway, have been for a long time. Kirsty's mum and dad are actually in the timing hut at the top end, handing out timing tickets. So they're very, very big part of the SPRC. Kirsty came along to a dial-in day just for fun. Remember the just for fun part, and won. And then got entered into, as a result of winning that, got entered into the event at Easter. And that was that. She's racing this weekend and has been ever since, I think, isn't she?
Yep, pretty much, yeah. And has done very well, fair to say. It's Paul Jackson in the Westie that did that race. I thought it was, I just couldn't remember. Jason Anslow, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that one, mate. What's he doing out there, Daryl?
It's not raining. Everyone is just in pretty much holding pattern until the track is absolutely in tip-top condition. They won't let anyone go down there unless it's not. The other thing as well we always have to remember is even though we've got a couple of spots down this end, it may have rained a little bit harder at the other end. But there's a nice breeze, it's nice and warm, it's not cold. And I hate to say it out loud, but this was not what was forecast for today, and I'm quite happy it wasn't.
Yep, totally agree with you. Totally agree.
Quite happy they got it completely wrong. So the track sweeping is going on. Everyone's still strapped in the cars, which is always the best sign, quite honestly.
Just to give you an idea of the run order, basically, we've got Comp Eliminator in the lane, so they're obviously going to be the next cars to run. That will be followed by FIA Top Methanol. Then it'll be FIA and, of course, Motorsports UK Pro Modified. It'll then be Pro Stock, and then, of course, it is FIA Top Fuel. After that, Nitro Funny Cars, both the big show cars and, of course, Nostalgia Funny Cars. And then it will be all of our bike classes to follow then. So that is our run order as we look at it.
I've just had a message into the tower, Daryl. Not Daryl, Colin, sorry. Yeah. Someone messaged in saying they really like your engine impression.
Oh, what, the jet one?
No, the engines go rawr.
Rawr. Yeah, recordings are available. Oh dear. At least my engine noises are better than singing. No.
Let's try that one as well.
No. We don't go down there. No.
So just a little bit of track. It's not even track prep. It's just cleaning. Essentially.
Just making sure. Looking at pit lane cam, that is Jordan Payne's Sticky Situation Corvette. Running in Comp Eliminator. Jordan, fine young chap. Former junior dragster champion, of course. You raced Jordan, don't you?
I did, and he beat me.
Yeah. Jordan Payne. Sponsored by VP. Hence you can see the hoodies on the team there. But Cam Auto Developments as well. Torco, Fuel Lab, Goodrich. They're all on there. All good supporters of the race operation there. For the team, the Sticky Situation Corvette. Yeah,
just to let you know, obviously this is as painful for us as it is for you, don't worry. Just as we thought we were about to go again, the sun's going to come out now anyway, so hopefully that won't
it's coming down again.
The thing
is,
there's a couple of very big spots of rain just then from literally, that cloud straight above us. However, the sun's about to come out, so we're not really going to worry about it. Aha, I do have a camera because there is someone I want to talk to that I've just realised is standing around here. The great thing is, as most of the time with things like this, they've got no idea I'm coming and I've got to walk in a completely different direction until we get to the end of it.
Sniper manoeuvre.
Yeah, something like that. So we're going to come over here and get some shots of Maddie Davidson's car. But most importantly, I want to talk to Rachel, who is now Mrs. Davidson. Rachel, I know you didn't know this was coming, I'm sorry, but can you tell us a little bit about why you decided to get married at the racetrack last week?
We love it. Absolutely love it. It's our favourite place to be in the entire world. Been here, been a spectator for years and years and years, met Matty, and now we are so far in. It's never letting us go.
Well, that's a great answer because there's lots of racing wives that sit at home or don't get involved, but you were a fan before you even met Matt, was that right?
Yeah, 100%. The whole family has always been it. My mum, my dad, my brother, all massive petrol heads. Just love it.
And so you didn't mind spending your honeymoon at the racetrack. I mean, you've been here, got married last Thursday, wasn't it? So a week ago Thursday. You were here last weekend for the Door Slammers and back this weekend for the main event. Are you going to get a honeymoon or is this it?
We are hoping to go to the States, but we'll see because all of our money, time and effort is always spent on our Civic.
That's absolutely super, Rachel. Very best of. I'm not going to wish you luck in married life because, by the sounds of it, it's just going to be a perfect marriage.
It is, yeah. I love it here, and obviously love Matty too.
Yeah. Obviously, I love the way you said that second, not first. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
No problem at all. That is Matt Davidson's. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Rachel's husband is in the car. He is in the car. Yeah, we'll call it your car, and he just gets to drive it, shall we? Is that a good idea? All right, fair enough. I think Luke was probably giggling his head off while I was doing that the whole time.
Well, let's not forget, Rachel's now got 50% of that car.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Anyway, sun's come out, very warm. We'll get cracking very shortly, fellas. Anyway, I thought I'd just do that because I thought
that was a good one.
Well, it's because there are lots of people who come here and their family don't get involved, but there are also just as many whose family do get involved.
Been tagged.
Oh no. That's all right. I'm not saying that for me. Oh, no. A very good afternoon to, where's my cameraman gone? He's over there. Sorry. To Andy Robinson. Andy, thank you very much indeed for wandering down. Was that your fault, James? Did you get him? You went and got him. Oh, and then Armid as well. Fantastic. Andy, a lot better day for you guys yesterday. Seems to be going a bit better.
Yeah, it was going good. Probably went a little bit too hard on the second pass, which is why we shook. But the first pass off the trailer was really nice, lovely. And it was a progression from last weekend at the door slammers.
So doing the door slammers last week really helped. One thing we've always been wondering about, is the track really that different this weekend to last week?
Yeah, I think it probably is. I mean, you don't use the keg for checking door slammers. But, yeah, and with the big cars, it always gets better.
So what do you have to, if you can tell me without killing me, what do you have to do or what do you have to change to get? Because it was still really good last week. You still went 590 last week, but it's just that bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, and different races would do it different ways. Some people will put more power in. They'll take less timing out maybe on the hit. Other people will use different gear ratios.
Well, good luck for the rest of this weekend. Happily, we've got race cars started. Andy, from all of us in the UK, I really hope this is one of your good weekends.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate, very much indeed. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed. So, it is Matty Davison and Luke Stevenson.
See, this is the good point of having the big screens here. We didn't have to say, oh, this is who we were talking about earlier, because you knew. You could all see it.
So what can Luke do? He's desperate to get into the 11s with the Golf. Fair to say, put together on quite a tight budget. But that's what Luke likes to do. He likes to prove things can be done without throwing the whole world at it.
Matty would love to get back into the 9s. Ran a 10.2 previously in qualifying. Currently sits in the number 16 spot. What a lovely reaction time. 0.2 from the Civic in the Kestrel beer lane. Is it going to be a 9 over the stripe? Or 10.67 and a 12.88. Not quite the 11s and not quite the 9s for Matty.
Right, so the next pair coming round it is the Fraudster going alongside the Apocalypse Viper.
What a matchup.
Yeah, 1 7-second car, 1 6-second car.
Potentially 5 and 6 second cars,
Yeah.
actually, the pair of them. I'm sure Kev's creeping up on that 6 second one, but it's going to take some doing with a 4-cylinder, isn't it?
So I'm going to wait for the Viper to start coming back home. As Kev does his burnout, a little bit shorter than the Viper version.
Yeah, well, the Viper is, like I just did on that quick walkthrough, it's completely Pro Mod legal. He's running Pro Mod a number of times before. His best ET, I think, off the top of my head, is around a 6.20, so he's got everything in there. The trouble is, for Chris, is that his lack of runs. He said that to me last year and the year before as well. He doesn't get to run the car nearly as many times as all the other guys. That's why Andy Robinson's down here actually to watch. Andy actually built this car a number of years ago now. He originally built it to run with a regular carburetted Hemi in it, and then Chris decided, you know what, life's too short, let's have a Pro Mod.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally skew with that.
There's nothing at all like in the middle of the racetrack. Well, no. Yeah, Ian's the one doing the directing. There we go. That's more like it.
Oh, struggled to
gauge
get
forward drive.
Yeah, these are some of the issues he was having yesterday.
Actually, yeah, he had that when he fired up, didn't he?
So just giving the car a bit of a rock. There we go. That was the jump forwards into drive. The
That's the equivalent of getting a hammer out and just giving it a tap in there. Oh, real.
So the index for the Pro Mod is 7.16. Index for the Fraudster 7.80.
So what's Chris got to do to take the #1 spot? Because if he runs close to what he can, there's every chance, isn't there, actually?
6:20. Hang on, quick look. 6:29.
Well, he went 6.4, was it yesterday? I think something like that. So definitely got it in the car.
Well, he's off and running.
Well, it's a 51.
Nice.
Improvement on the 63 he ran previously.
Okay.
Kev pulling right over to the left-hand side.
Well, the good thing is he's more than 6/10 under his index, which is the name of the game, basically, in comp
You
elimination.
say 6/10, he's number 6 now.
Okay. So underneath the tower in the Slick Tricks lane, the little van that could. That's the Fat Pig team of Terry Newton. I think it's Europe's quickest van, actually, as well. Went down into the 8.8 at the door slammers last week. He's going to be out alongside Jordan Payne.
Yeah, Terry's van is the quickest of its kind with the front-wheel drive Ford engine, let alone being a van. Jordan Payne would like to give a shout out to Richard Chamberlain, owner of CTR Developments, for his continued support. And to be fair, what a car to be supporting, the quickest of the supermods at the minute, 7:43. Just over 0.5 under his index. Terry has run an 8.92 this weekend. He's been down into the 8.7s. Did that last weekend at the Door Slammers. Would love to see another one of those right now.
Jordan literally just tickling the stage beam there. Wants to go as shallow as possible. Good looking run for Jordan. Can he go quicker than 7:43? No, 7:52. Oh, Terry hits 9:20, which bizarrely is bang on his index. But he had already run 8:92.
There was something that came out from underneath Terry's car. Obviously didn't impede it at all, but it splattered on the racetrack, which is why Ian's out there with a mop once again, just to make sure. So this will be an all supermod matchup between the Doddy Dog 55 of Rob Smorth and Belinda Bull.
FIM Pro Stop Bike, 90-minute warning for you. Obviously, poignantly, we do have Tony Morris and Andrea down there with saying a fond farewell as the ashes of the parents are in Belinda Bull's parachute pack. So when it crosses the line, it'll be here pretty much forever.
Both of these cars running really well this weekend. They are currently your 9 and 10 qualifiers. Belinda with a 7.45 and Rob with a 7.54. Both running on the Supermod index of 7.99. and both looking to improve.
Yeah, with the headwind as opposed to the tailwind, when you've got normally aspirated cars, it is a bit difficult to pick up because they're very fickle to the conditions. But you never know. They could nail the setup and they could go even quicker.
Side by side. Mid-sevens coming at you.
Well, I tell you what, if that was a race, that would have been a cracking one.
Especially 760 heads up.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony and all the big hugs going on down there, but the parachutes blossom on Belinda's pickup truck as the ashes are finally laid here at Sandford. I should say Scanner. John Webster with Fast Company 2. That amazing full pop. It is actually for sale.
So is my shirt after that. It's got authentic splats on it from burnt rubber. But yeah, it is for sale. John wasn't supposed to be racing this weekend. He'd already taken the engine out of it to put in the alters. It was in the alters, wasn't it?
Well,
up against.
He will sell it as a roller, or he could sell it with the engine. It's up to you. Go and have a word with him. See what deal we can put together. Going against, though, your number one qualifier, Gary Carr. And bizarrely, Gary has got this car going quicker than it ever went in the States after all those years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, how on earth did you do it? Well, we know how we did it. But yeah, I don't think he's going to go quite as quick this time. The headwind is going to slow him down for a start. Whoa, John, literally on the centre line. Gary Carr taking it all the way through to an 11.20 at 114. Yeah,
that's quite a big difference, actually, isn't it? I don't know what the air's like today.
Yeah, but yeah, they shall we say they pushed it right to the limits yesterday, and you know, once Gary had done that, he said, "Right, I ain't doing that again." They want to calm it back down. So that is exactly the right approach from Gary. Well done. FIA Top Fuel 30-minute warning.
So the sound of a pro-charged Pro Mod.
With the one and only Mr. Carl Cox. Anyone heard of Carl Cox, ladies and gentlemen, on the banking? A few of you? Quite a few of you. But you didn't know he's a race car driver as well. He's strapped into the car in the Slick Tricks lane, and what a race this is going to be between him and Reuben Dawson. I wonder if they all deliberately try and pair up with him when they come
Well,
round.
what they're doing is, this is quite cool actually, they seem to get a different opponent every time, and then when they get better timing slips, his opponent in that race is, oh, can you autograph this, Carl? Especially Terry Newton, because obviously Carl had an issue on his run when he went alongside Terry, and Terry got to the top end first. And Terry was so pleased about that, he went over to Carl Cox and gave him one of his fat pig hoodies.
Oh, wow.
And he got the relevant autograph as well, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, so the air today is a lot worse than yesterday. About 600 feet higher, for those who know.
Well, this is actually a tough matchup because his number 3 qualifier, Reuben Dawson, number 2 qualifier, Carl Cox. Now, Carl, to take number 1, needs to find 1400ths of a second. So he needs to go 5.92 to take number 1 spot in qualifying.
That would be a personal best, I believe, as well.
It would, yeah, because he has been in the 5.9s, but not in competition with this car because it's the first time in competition. Nostalgia Funny Cars, 60-minute warning for you.
Yeah, Reuben waiting nice and patiently in the other lane. Long routine for the Pro Mod compared to the Copo.
Ruben's going to have to go literally 880 flat to get to the top of the pile.
Oh wow, 0.96 to 60 foot, 396 to the 8th. Oh, I thought it was going to be slightly better than that actually.
Yeah, he lost speed at the stripe, actually, 207. He was weaving around at the top end, and I think the foot was just thinking, I can't hang on to this much longer.
It still doesn't sound like it's got enough gears. That's the only thing that, to my ear, the engine note stays exactly the same all the way down, but it's obviously supposed to do that.
Reuven on the other side of the track went 907, so they stay put 2 and 3.
Last few cars in comp before we move into Pro Mod. So Dan Williams at the wheel of the absolutely immaculately turned out Dyno Dan Camaro. Is that 1970, Cole?
Yeah, it's they've done a transmission swap, I believe, this morning. Louis, who is wearing the VP shirt behind the car at the moment, well, when I got to the pits around about 8 o'clock this morning, they were lifting the car onto axle stands, getting ready to swap the transmission out. Spencer, it seems to be going all right now. 11.68 his index. He's number 5 qualifying, 11.01. Wow, that hooked up well for Dan. He is number 4 at the moment, 10.54. That's only 200s off his PB. Goes 10.62, stays number 4. Spencer, 11.18. Stays 5. Well, all that work, Louis. Well done, mate. Right, next up then, it's the Soul Man.
Yeah, so what you'll see today is the boosted cars and the nitrous oxide cars will have a bit more of an advantage because they can essentially make their own atmosphere, not reliant on the air they breathe.
FIM Super Twins, 90-minute warning for you. Giving them all plenty of notice, aren't we? Oh, look, there's a little waffle of commentators down there.
Oh, there is.
Look at that. Right, Nick Williams. Basically, the thing that Nick was saying he's struggling with is he hasn't got exactly the right gear ratio.
Okay.
He wants to change the axle gears, but hasn't got them here. So it's a bit of tuning that they want to do, but can't quite get done. Of course, he's running so many cars this weekend, sticking with what they've got. Currently number 7, Kev. Currently number 13, Kev on the Sumo Index. He's on the 785. Nick's on the 974.
Well, it was a really chassis twisting launch from Kev there.
801 and 990. Well, bang on 990. It's not super gas though. This is comp eliminator. So Nick stays number 7. Kev stays 13.
Well, this could be one of the coolest match races of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Clint Fenech all the way from Malta. You can just see the flag being taken out up there in the Slick Tricks lane. They were here with the turbocharged 4-cylinder Escort last week for Door Slammers. He's been running in the 7.0s like clockwork. He wants to dip in the 6s. However, the car in the other lane was racing in Comp Eliminator. However, he does not want to murder his index and doesn't want to kill his chassis tag. So he's running out of session because Ahmed Jamshed and the whole team in the Kestrel lane are trying to be only the 3rd person in Europe to run in the 7s with a front-wheel drive car. He went 8.2 yesterday, 185, which was faster than Petros ran. There's a ton of boost in that little Civic. What can Clint Fenech do? 7.11 and 8.38, 171 for Ahmed. Still a terrific run for a front-wheel drive car, and still nearly a second under his index. But, you know, it's not all bad, is it, really?
Bonkers.
Well, yeah. Anyway, so we're done with qualifying for now for Comp Eliminator. We move on to FIA Top Methanol, Q number 3, and no one is happier to see a dry racetrack than Sandro Bellio and the team in the Kestrel lane, because yesterday they had a horrible day. Everyone was out here racing and they were chasing gremlins.
Top fuel bike for FIM, 90-minute warning for you. So yeah, we finally have a funny car in Top Methanol.
There were actually 2 funny cars here this weekend. Unfortunately, Jürgen Nagel was another one of them. Came all the way over from Hamburg in Germany and found one of the main caps was split, unfortunately, at the very start of the weekend. So they were instantly out doing the very, very decent drag racer thing. They've moved on to helping Wally Strobel in Pro Modified. So getting the signal to fire up in the NGK Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane, the one and only Johnny Lag. With Christy Johansson, the ever young Christy Johansson, actually. Christy was racing in Pro Comp in the late 70s. Years before Sandro was even born. Many years before Sandro was even born. So this is Sandro's first run of 2024 in the Kestrel lane. Top Methanol's a great Mr. Dragsters and funny cars. Have we got that match up now? So Johnny Lag with the A Fuel car yesterday, nothing but tyre smoke, instant tyre smoke. He did get a number on the board, but nothing like they want to. With A Fuel cars, once they get past about 100 foot, it's normally plein air sailing from then on, as long as all the cylinders are lit. So let's see if they've managed to banish all the gremlins overnight. Sandro Bellio, his first pass of the weekend. We've only seen dragsters so far, haven't we, Colin?
Yeah, that's certainly right. And what you said about, well, say this is in effect Sandro's first run. He has got a number on the board, but the 2 A Fuelers, they haven't got numbers either. Well, 11 and 15. It gets them qualified, nowhere near what they could run.
Well, Sandro was only... Well, he was one of the only guys testing on Thursday, so he has had runs this year, just not in competition.
Yeah. The thing is, though, you can test to your heart's content and get all the data. If it doesn't work on race day, then, yeah. So for Belgium, it's Sandro Bellio with the Danny's Racing Team, Chevy, and of course Johnny Lag, the dragster from Sweden. Q3, first pair. Same thing again for Johnny Lag. He just stood up on the tyres. But Sandro, bizarrely, will get a time here. Where will it put him?
As long as you don't get timed out, but
No,
Sandro's car just, 14.83 at 49 miles an hour.
And it puts him in front of Johnny Lag, unbelievably. There's a 14.61. Johnny's best so far, 15.15. That's how crazy it is, because I know it's like just coasting to the finish line, but that can make a difference in the little points going towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
That's how bizarre that was.
Can make a massive difference.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 dragsters behind the tower for this run now. Tony Brinterson, the same thing that happened to Johnny Lag there. Basically, whether it's too much horsepower, not enough wheel speed. Hang on, how far did he get? So he went from, hang on, where did he start from? There to there. So probably 6 foot. And then the tyres actually shook almost straight away, and that's why he went up in smoke. That tyre track is probably that wide, which when the tyres are that wide is not a lot.
The way I could describe it, looking at it from here, and I think Thomas and Dick Costa has joined us as well, they look like 2 Coke bottle shapes down there.
Yeah.
It's really weird. It's like the fat bottom, then you got the slimness of the bottle, and then where the neck is, it just squeezes in really, really tight.
Yeah, that's, you can see how small, but so how high the tires get. That's their extra gear on the top end.
I heard quite a loud pop. I'm really hoping that wasn't Sandro's blower.
I think that was the A Fuel car just over fueling after going up in smoke.
if it was Sandro's pop, then the chutes would be dropped out. So.
Yeah, you're right.
And he would have got an ET.
Yeah.
Right, so as it stands, those two are 3 and 4 in the qualified order at the moment. So it's going to Silvio and Tony. Silvio is number 1 qualifier. He's the only one that's got down the track so far. 5.64, 249 miles an hour. Tony, his best of his 2, shall we say, aborted runs yesterday was 11.83.
Well, Tony would have just seen what happened to Johnny, and I'm sure the crew chief would have made some small adjustments if he needed to.
Do you think you would have seen what's happened to Johnny? Go, oh, not again. It's not going to happen to me as well.
Most likely, yeah. But Silvio comes into this round with his head held high. He's the only person to get down the track so far.
Well, not only that, he's, well, shall we say, I hate to say, keep saying about points, but he's picked up 6 points in Wow, that was high. That's more than stretching the rods.
Yeah, wow. Taking tips from Andy Robinson.
Yeah.
So, it's very weird. I mean, I'm going to have to try and catch up with a few of the A-Field guys to see what they think the issue is. Funnily enough, Dave Wilson actually put a couple of posts on Facebook yesterday. His car's still for sale, and it's still actually the quickest A-Field car in Europe, would you believe, and ready to go. However, I'm sure these guys will have something to say about that by the end of the season.
So for Bill Sport and NGK in the Kestrel beer lane, Tony Brinson with the Fuel Dragster, and the Engine Ghost team with Silvio Strauch at the wheel in the Slicktrix lane, both looking to improve. The number 1 spot at the minute is held by Silvio, 564. Look at Tony go all the way through. What's he got? 5:36, 264 mile an hour. Gets down the track and takes the number 1 spot.
Unfortunately, Silvio couldn't hold it in stage on that one. But Tony with a really, really nice run to take him to the top for now. Anyway, 5:36, 264 is, you know, there's still more mile an hour in there. There's still more ET in there, but they'll take getting down the racetrack for starters anyway. Well, the good thing is they're actually teammates with other A-Fuel cars, so they can come back and go, actually, what did you just do? Ah, we'll do that then. Well, it doesn't work quite like that, though, does it, Dick? No,
it would be too easy.
Oh, that would make it too easy. Definitely that. Round of applause, please, for the A-Fuel team going up to get Tony. That was a lovely, smooth-looking run. Cylinders lit all the way down. And the Engine Ghost team as well. They're still number 2 qualifier. Just Silvio, unfortunately, couldn't hold it on the line. We're about to go with FIA Pro Modified. We've got Dick Costa in the tower.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Very afternoon. Yeah, I keep doing that as well. And it's like, it's 2:30 nearly, I think, something like that. But anyway, we've got Pro Mod ready to go. Everybody okay after yesterday's couple of sessions, Dick? Did it all sort of go to plan?
Yeah, not many issues that I heard of. I know why Michael Winter couldn't run yesterday.
Okay.
It started out with the EM safety box. He had some issues with that. It wasn't working. And then he tried to fire up the car afterwards. And they changed everything, all the wiring, but they couldn't find it. And in the end, they changed the coil, and then it fired.
So that was it. So he will be hopefully round for this session.
I hope so, but I think he would be first out. Oh yeah, the car is in the pairing lanes.
Good, that's a great start. Okay. Yeah, there were a number of races yesterday that really didn't have the day they were expecting, did they?
No.
Specifically, I'm thinking of 2 people actually. First one, the obvious one, is Andre Arnover, who was just killing it at the door slammers a week ago, and some gremlins seem to have crept into the car.
Yeah, but different track. Well, different track.
Same track, but
it's the same track, different preparation or or traction actually.
Okay. It's really weird, isn't it, that you can run 5.7s 1 week, so you think, okay, that's fantastic, we've got it nailed.
Yeah.
And then a week later, can it be even better?
Then this?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think so.
No, I don't mean that. But like last week, it was that good.
Yeah.
It hold 5.7s with no problem whatsoever. But this week, everyone seems to be having less than a fun time anyway. The other one really was Andreas Hudin with the gel coat Corvette, who's right here ready to run as well. And he had a great time last weekend, getting everything going in the right direction. He said that most important thing was they'd actually got a race car, which they didn't have before that, meaning they had something they could tune. And yesterday was just 2 busted runs, unfortunately.
Yeah. The difference between tuning an 8-mile car, top door slammer, or a pro mode is different.
Got a bit of news from the top end. You can see the our track team doing what they can up there. Basically, Silvio's blower belt shredded at the finish line. So that's what they're sweeping at the moment, is shards of what was a blower belt just past as you approach the finish line and just after it. So that's what our track crew are dealing with at the moment. There we go. There's the update from the top end for you.
So the good thing is that won't take literally a minute, I wouldn't have thought.
I see Norbert Kuno wearing his work outfit and not his race suit. He's close to you, Daryl.
He's close to me. Hang on, how can I smell him?
Behind
What's
the fire
matter?
truck.
Oh, behind the fire truck. Okay, no problem. I can't see over it. That's why, mate. That's basically what it is. That is basically what it is. So I would be annoying people, honestly, but we are about ready to go. And thing is, as before, everybody is strapped in their race cars. With Vigeant de Le Mans with the nitrous car, tell us a little bit about the help that he's getting as well, because he's got Brad over from Rara Morrison Racing Engines, isn't he?
Yeah. They normally do tuning online, so from the US. He has a team viewer open 24/7, Jean de Le Mans here, and then they log in and make some adjustments on the computer. And then it runs, but now we wanted to have him here. So
does it really make a difference being here to being remote? Obviously, the car's been running pretty flawlessly with him being remote, actually.
Yeah, but you have to feel it and see it on the track to tune a car properly. So some can do the online tuning, but it's always better if you're at the track.
Yeah, absolutely that. Well, the pictures you can see on the big screens, and if you're watching at home, that's Michael Winter's absolutely beautiful Chevy Coupe. In person, it's absolutely amazing. The paint job, everything else is just absolutely unreal. Now, if you've been in drag racing, it's called the Red Beast. If you've been around in drag racing as long as all of us have, frankly, you will remember this car because this was previously the Golden Nugget.
Yep.
Yeah, remain probably more famous for one incident than any other. However, yeah, if you remember, when you see this car in a couple of moments, it is, or was, I should say, it was the Golden Nugget from way back when. But Michael's done a great job with it, hasn't he? He ran in Comp Eliminator last year and decided to try running Prime Mod with just an amazing looking car. Really amazing looking car.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
I was going to say, the car ran in Prime Mod originally, but stepped down to Comp Eliminator when just before Michael bought it. But now taking the step back up. Brilliant to see.
That's right, yeah. Rolf Amman was the guy that ran it for a number of years. And it was always a fun car to watch, but the previous incarnation was, and this one too. Right behind him, we've got Dave Smith with the Stranger Things 55, who made one burnout yesterday and still rolled off the track. So he hasn't got a number on the board. Do we have a bump spot, fellas? I don't think we do yet, do we, actually?
15 cars.
15, yeah. Sorry? 11. Okay, well, here we go then.
Jean de Le Mans.
So this is going to be some very, very important runs here today. Hopefully to help set the field for tomorrow's racing. So Jean looks like he's on a bye run.
Yeah.
Michael Winter will be in the next pair by the look of it.
Nostalgia Fuel Funny Cars, 30-minute warning for you. Just get that announcement done.
So you can see all the black smoke coming out of the exhaust of Jean Delamont's car, that's because they have to run really, really rich without the nitrous before they essentially pump in their own air, because if they didn't, the car would run very, very lean and start breaking bits.
May seem a daft question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, Dick. They don't use the nitrous on the burnout, that's just purely engine power. Then the nitrous controller will obviously kick in when the run takes place.
Yeah, right at the hit. It starts with one stage and then they add a couple of stages afterward. Yeah. But beware that this engine, just on fuel, will produce about 900 horsepower. So.
Which is more than enough to get it to basically. Yeah.
Purging your nitrous.
So how much horsepower would the nitrous add?
Well, I think about 1,300.
So more than just a 50 shot then, yeah?
Yeah. How much nitrous is it? All of it.
And it's not just injecting nitrous, but also extra fuel. Otherwise it would be way too lean, and then it will burn.
Whoa, watch out, John.
Well, that's not going to help him at all. Obviously, the run is DQ'd. He's taken out the 330 blocks there. 0.99 to 60 foot. That's the only data they're going to pick up from that one.
And a couple of repairs to the front. But that's another perfect example. Jean's car's been on rails since last year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, literally, he won the national finals with a 591 in the final, which was his personal best by some margin. Came out Festival of Power 4 weeks ago, I think it was now actually, wasn't it? Here at Santa Pod. And unfortunately, dinked the wall, but before that he went 5.9 twice again, didn't he?
Yeah.
It just intrigues me to know what's changed between.
I think the amount of horsepower they added now, and that will load your forelink very different than it was.
So the forelink is just
because it sounds really, really strong now from the hit. It sounds different than it did before.
So the forelink, Dick, for all those that don't know, what you're talking about is a suspension setup in the back of the car, isn't it? Yeah. So what difference can you make? What difference does the forelink make to the traction?
Oh, where do I start?
Okay, you've got 10 seconds. Go. No,
a lot. No, you can have it hooked up better or less to give it more drag on the wheel. You can adjust the pinion angle for how hard the rear axle plants the tires, and there's so much you can adjust and have to adjust on the forelink to leave the line properly.
So do you have to have a forelink because you make it solid? You have to have a forelink.
You need shock absorbers, 4 of them.
Jumped out of gear. The engine was making a noise. Well, that spun them. At least they'll be a little bit warmer now. Well, hopefully all goes well for Michael Winter on this pass. He did run a cut. He's been in the mid-60s, I think, with this car already, isn't he? In Comp Eliminator. So now one really interesting thing, actually, Rene Close, who's down here, just said to me, well, there are only 11 cars on the qualified sheet at the moment, Colin.
Like 15. No, 15, exactly.
There is 15, okay. Okay, well, fingers crossed for Michael Winter this time round. Andy Robinson yesterday went 5.89, like he just said in the interview. They probably just got a little bit too much in it off the start line on the run afterwards, but then if you're not tickling the limits, you're not trying, are you? So both blown cars, one from the UK, one from Germany. Andy Robinson, master chassis builder from down there in Basingstoke in Hampshire in the Kestrel Lane. He's been doing this ever since the year dot in Pro Modified.
Fingers crossed for 2 clean arrow straight runs.
Well, Andy was the fastest UK-based Pro Mod. Driving the wheels off of there. 596, 244 for Andy Robinson.
And
That was, someone needs to tell who's not slalom racing. 9.10 for Michael, 73 miles an hour. He does get a number on the board. The block fell over and he didn't hit it. The fact he kept his foot in it was pretty stout, to be honest with you. Give us the numbers, chaps.
Right, well, the 97 to 60 for Andy, 8th, 393 at 188, and it's a 203 back half, which gives him a 596 at 244. Michael Winter, 102 to 60. No surprise he didn't get an 8th mile an hour because there wasn't a block there to register it. But the most important thing is he crossed the finish line, 9.1. We now have a 16-car Pro Modified field.
no buy runs tomorrow.
Well, potentially, obviously, we've also got
Yeah.
David coming around now, I think.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's Dave Smith with the Stranger Things.
Well, the bump at the minute is an 11.05.
Not going to break any records, but they've still got another run later on today, haven't they?
Hopefully. Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike 60-minute warning. Quick announcement there. Over to you, Darryl.
No problem. We've got in the Kestrel Lane, the one and only Marcus Hilt with the Corvette. And Dave Smith.
Yeah, so fingers crossed Dave can get the car into reverse after.
Right, now we have a bump spot. Who's on it?
Right, the bump spot is 11.05. That belongs to Peter Wacker.
Okay. I don't think I saw Pete around there, actually. For this
He is.
one.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he is. Okay, fair enough.
Beyond that, Andre Jodin is a 971, Jean Dolabon 957. And then obviously we just saw Michael Winter, he's in the number 13 spot, 910.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy at all with 9-second runs, but they've still got another run later on today to try and ramp it up a bit more. So Marcus Hilt, been running this car for a number of years. Super nice guy, comes all the way from Switzerland.
Wasn't very lucky the last few years to make a proper run.
Well, he's got the one and only Cam Stanley doing backup duties and hat wearing duties as well. So let's see what Dave Smith can do. Dave, this is his first run of 2024. They've had all kinds of fun getting everything together. He was here last week for the Door Slammers, didn't get to put in a run. He was here yesterday, missed the first session, made a burnout in the second and couldn't get in reverse. So seriously, cross your fingers. I'll tell you what, cross your fingers for everybody because they all kind of need the luck, don't they?
Yeah.
There you go, then you can see the bump spot on the boards, 11.05. So Dave Smith can go quicker than that.
Ian sees everything. Unbelievable. The blade.
No, he likes pinching everyone's jobs. That's what that is.
So as long as Dave can go quicker than 11.05, he will be in the show tomorrow. Obviously, there is a qualifier later on. Well, both of them weaving around the lane. Marcus is back on the power, goes through with a 7:51, improves his time, and an 8.91 puts Dave in the show.
For now.
Yeah, bump changes to 971, which is the Parkinson Warrior car. And Peter Wacker is the one that's just been bumped out. And please, just to add to this one, can I have Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please?
Well, again, lots of weirdness to start this session. I'm sure it'll get quicker and faster as it moves on. It's normally the way it works out, isn't it? So I think Andrea Sedini is down there ready to go.
And Peter Wecker is.
Okay.
And I see Peter Koens.
Well, if as long as we get the session in later today, which fingers crossed we will, you're going to see a lot of, even if people have to pedal, they're just going to nail it again and again just to try and get in the show. Put your hands together for Dave Smith's team. It's been a long couple of weeks and off season as well. Not the run or the number they wanted, but at least they've got something to go on now for a bit later on today. So the next pair come to life. You fellas can see who it is.
Peter Wecker. It looks to be on a solo run.
Yeah, here he comes around the corner with the Rufus toy. He is not in the show at the minute. He got his car just about as sideways as you can make a Pro Mod go without hitting any of the white things either side of the track.
Got to say as well, no Norbert in this session probably means no Norbert for the rest of the weekend. Maybe, but we'll have to see. I just noticed as well on the front of that, it says, I know René Meyerhofer's down here as well. Now, René's been around for many years, hasn't he? Very knowledgeable guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also been helping Bruno Bader, and he has his own race car based in the US, where he runs the World Street Finals and stuff like that.
So basically, someone you really want to have helping.
Yeah.
Now, I only noticed because it says Meyerhofer and Bader racing engines on the hood.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he's the one that put it together. Unless Meyerhofer is like Smith in the UK and there's loads of them, but you know, probably not. Anyway, this guy is over 20 years old. He did actually win this event. I think it's the 20th anniversary of him winning when he won the final round over Patrick Wikström in his one and only FIA Pro Mod round win. That, even then, it was unlikely. It's even more unlikely these days because things have moved on quite a lot, but it's still great to see Peter Wacker anytime with the Rufus toy.
Yeah, so Peter now needs to beat a 9.71. As always, car is more than capable of that.
Oops.
Not if it does that, though. Lots of tyre shake.
That was what was really weird. It went straight up, as in, like,
It
rear
lifted.
end spread, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
It was almost like the rear axle just jumped up. But he cruises to a stop out there. I'm sure we're going to take care of that in no time.
I think this tire shake
Killed the
shut
car.
off his
Killed
kill
the car.
switch. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, it didn't pull the chutes, but it killed the car, unfortunately. So he's come a long way. He's still got another run later on today, and all being well, it'll go more to plan. It's great down here. It's like, hang on, you used to drive a Pro Mod, you used to drive a Pro Mod, he's got a Pro Mod, he used to drive a Pro Mod, he's drive. There's, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 6 of them just standing here watching, basically. All 6 of them standing on the start line, checking out the modern day Pro Mod cars anyway. So just a couple of moments. It won't take long to get Peter out of the way, and Peter got Bruno Bader over here checking things out as well. Oh, look, I've got my friend following me, as I always do. Thank you very much.
So is Bruno not down there with the car?
Bruno may well be. Bruno's here with the car. So
okay, cool.
The next pair looks like being Peter Kunk and the Parkinson Warrior of Andreas Hedin. If you haven't checked them out, go over into the pits. The T-shirts, Andreas Hedin's T-shirts are for sale. If you want to check them out, they're on the back of that. Very nice. Good-looking young model there who's walking off. No, don't walk away. We're trying to show the T-shirts. Thank you very much indeed. There you go. No, we need to see the T-shirt. Need to see the T-shirt. That's it. Thank you very much indeed. So if you haven't checked them out, please do, because they really are so cool. It's got a great picture of Jürgen Berg on there as well, who owns the car, and Jürgen is down here. Thank you very much. You didn't know you come all this way to model, did you? No. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so yeah, the T-shirts are really, really awesome. He's going to be taken on by the looks of it, Peter Kunk. Right behind there, we've got Bobby Wallace, who's nearly been in the fives this weekend, but he's been there a number of times before. He's from the UK with the nitrous car. Right behind him, Bruno Bader. Then we've got Jari Rantaniemi, the Guatemala Express of Stian. Go on, Dick, say it for me. Rusanes, thank you very much indeed. Right behind them as well is Wally Strobel, John Tebenham, and at the back we've got Andre Arnova, and I think David Vegter should be somewhere down there as well. I also just had a very, very quick chat with the guy who tunes and sets up the Guatemala Express for Stian. That is the one and only Matt Bragg, who, funnily enough, if you check out both of these cars here, these beautiful Pro Modifieds, both of these cars were built by Matt Bragg. He's got his own car at home as well.
Yeah.
He's just greedy like that. But he's got his own car at home as well. But like I just said to him, so you've got no time to run it. He goes, oh, God, no, I've got so much to do. But that's a great problem to have anyway. So
I think he's even trying to build a new car for himself.
how the hell has he got time to do that? I don't know, really.
Well,
Yes.
why would you sleep?
Yeah,
Sleep
simply
is overrated.
Yeah, but the cars, he basically builds the quickest and fastest cars in Europe. I mean, definitely in Pro Modified. So they're getting the signal to fire.
That doesn't sound nice. The sound
Hear
in the
the
background.
starter from here, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put the microphone in front of it so you can hear it really well.
Peter Kunz.
Well, the battery's plugged in, but it's not firing. Actually, I might stand back just in case a hood scoop goes flying.
Oh, no.
well, Andreas is being given the signal to fire up on his own because Peter Kunk's having trouble getting the car fired.
Yeah, there it comes.
There you go, folks. Just a quick insight into how difficult it is even to start these cars, let alone do anything else with them.
What this does to your heart rate.
Yeah, it's like you're sitting in the car going, oh dear, what do I need to think about on the run? And then it's, oh God, am I going to make the run, basically? Yeah. Okay, so round they come. Peter and Andreas side by side for your viewing pleasure. Oh, I know, beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon.
Both Swedish drivers as well. So a Sweden versus Sweden matchup.
Gel coat versus gel coat, look. They're too pretty to paint.
Peter getting very close to the paint there as well on his burnout. I can see the tyre track.
Yeah, Andreas, his own car is a top door slammer car, and he's about the only one, like Bolly Strobel, who's running it with a Chevy engine.
But with a screw blower making the world of difference, really, wasn't it? You know, he managed to run 588 on this racetrack with it as well, which is just incredible. Really takes some doing. So that is Andreas's young lady Sophie backing him up. Sophie, it's quite funny. Sophie's got talking to her the other day. She's got a desk job. However, she can build the whole car, basically. Absolutely amazing young lady. And I'll tell you how much she loves Andreas. It was her big birthday on Monday, 2 weeks ago, and Andreas was on the way here with the truck. Exactly.
But they were together.
Exactly that. So, Peter yesterday, a 6-1. Andreas hasn't got past 60 foot on this race weekend. He did it every time in testing. He did it all last weekend, just not in the last 2 days.
No, 9.7 was the best time. No, was it 6.14?
I don't think he'll put that much in it. He'd love to go that quick, but he's just trying to step it up slowly but slowly. His aim was like a 3.9 and a 6.0, as in 3.9 to the 8.60 to the quarter. Anyway, if it sticks, hold your breath.
Oh, Peter getting very close to the wall. And Andreas back on the throttle after a quick pedal over the line. It's 661, 219 mile an hour.
That was close, though. That was a lot closer. But Andreas trying to put himself solidly in the show, which he did. I think he was possibly aware that he was on the bump. But 661, 219 was not what they were after.
No.
What were the short numbers, fellas?
97 for
That's what he's done
the
every
Parkinson
time.
Corvette and 104 for Peter Kunk.
What
But yeah, up to number 9 with the Corvette.
For now.
So the bump changes to 957. Be interesting to see what happens in the last session. Can we please have Fuel Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please? Fuel Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please.
So who's on the bump now, Colin?
Right, it is a 957 owned by Jean de Le Mans.
The most worn out part of this weekend is going to be Colin's right thumb on the button, isn't it? Bruno Barda, winner from a week ago at the Door Slammers, was in the 5.9s that time. I can't actually remember the quickest he's put in this weekend. I don't think he's been in the 5s yet.
No, 614.
Okay, Bobby Wallace went 6 flat on his first run yesterday. Shook the tyres quite hard in the second one, so backed off it.
Sorry, Bruno 595 in quali. Sorry, my apologies.
A weird looking burnout for Bobby.
That was odd, and he was weaving after the burnout as well.
He does that all the time, though, honestly. Anytime you think he's still going to run it, it still go. I think it's just a case of cleaning the tyres. Maybe he doesn't want to heat the clutch up too much, whatever it might be. No idea. But he seems to get away with it every time.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
He knows the track's good. Bruno Barda, this car goes like an absolute bandit. Well, a Batman bandit, probably. To the 8th mile. Not quite got the top end of some of the other cars, but still very, very, very competitive. After Pro Modified, we've got Pro Stock, and then I think Top Fuel. Is that right, fellas?
Yep, spot on. Can we have Pro Stock Bike 30-minute warning announcement done? Yep, that's it. Oh, number 4 for Bruno, number 5 for Bobby at the moment. 6 flat plays 5.95.
Well, Bruno getting over towards the wall as well, but both drivers all the way through.
Wow.
6:04.
Yeah, 5.96, 100th off what he's already run. 6.04, 400th already what Bobby had run. Bruno was the quicker to the 60 foot with a 0.97 to Bobby's 103. If it was a race, Bruno would have got there first by 0.7, as they both had 0.6 reaction times.
Well, from my very privileged point on the start line, I just noticed something which I just mentioned to Annie. The thing is, Bobby's car was actually creeping. When he went up on the two-step, it was rolling in. So I think what he'd probably done by the time the light flash was deep stage. That was probably a little bit quicker than that. That's why the 60 foot was only, what was it?
103.
That's right, yeah.
So he drove through a lot of tire shake. Not a really bad shake, but it was
Drivable
a
shake.
long time.
So, Jari Rantanemi and Stian Rusames from Norway, from Norway. Well, when I had a chat with Matt Bragg, who's standing right down here in the middle, he's one of the guys that builds these fantastic race cars. It is great, isn't it, chaps, that we have so many good chassis builders over on this side of the world now.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you don't have to buy an American car. In fact, the quickest and fastest cars tend to be built here now, not elsewhere.
Certainly the most diverse.
1,000%, yeah. So you've got a turbo Camaro, modern body in the Kestrel lane, of Jari Rantanemi from all the way from Finland. Such a nice guy. When I interviewed him yesterday, he was overjoyed to be here. Ran a personal best yesterday of 5.91 in the first qualifying session. Been over 250 miles an hour in a door car. A number of times actually over the last 2 weeks. Stian, I'm going to get it eventually. Rusanis, thank you very much indeed. From Oslo in Norway. Go and check out the Hammer Racing Facebook page if you've got a moment and you're watching online. Their whole setup, from the pit area to the truck to the tow vehicle, which is over there, to their workshop and everything, is absolutely immense, absolutely amazing. But there's a whole new setup in there, which is what Max Bragg said they've been having more than a little fun with. It's making way more power than the combination they had before, which, as you said, Dick, tends to throw things off a bit, doesn't it? Bragg said that they had a dead cylinder last time, which is probably one of the reasons it shook, because it was underpowered. So let's see now.
Everybody's getting very, very close to the wall on the left-hand side, but let's look at the numbers. 5.99, 6.08 for Stian.
That'll work. 248 miles an hour, 227 off it a little early by the look of it from Stian, but that was definitely very good indeed. Very quickly, come here, my friend. It's been a long time since we've done this. Down here with Max Bragg, was that the sort of number you're looking for? You just take a full run at the moment?
Yeah, exactly, because we need to be safe. It's new motor combo, everything, so we take step by step now.
The good thing is you've got something to tune from now. Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done, sir. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. Very happy looking Max Bragg. That's his first full run in 2 weeks, that is.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
fine.
He's been here since a week ago Thursday. A nice looking run for Jari, 5.99, fell off a bit at 248. Stian, what were the short numbers very quickly?
1 flat, 60 foot.
Okay.
And 3.95 at 180.68.
He went quicker than that last week actually, but it wasn't a full run. So the only Chevy in the show, Walter Strobel.
The unblown Chevy.
Sorry?
The only blown Chevy.
The only blown Chevy. That's a good point. Sorry, thanks very much.
All nitro cars are Chevy.
Taking on the fabulous Lightning McQueen of John Teberden. Yesterday, both of John's runs, it really got on the limiter before each gear change. So if it sails through the gears this time, hopefully it'll be down into the 6.0s, maybe even nudge into the 5s. Walter Strobel yesterday ran a 7. So whose 957 is on the board? Is that it doesn't
Jean Delamont.
Okay.
For these two are both in.
Yeah, everybody that comes around now will be just fighting for position really more than anything else.
Yeah, John is 8, Monty 12. The centre line, but JT keeps it away. 6:18 at 2:25. Wally goes 7:51 at 1:97.
Terrible shake.
Yeah, again, the block at half track fell over in sympathy there as JT got very, very close to it and just sort of sucked it over.
Wally's parachutes have come down out of the last turn off, like literally the last turn off. He went a long way down there before they came out. But yeah, JT with a fairly good looking run. Did actually start smoking out the right hand side of the car going down there. 225 though is not the speed you'd expect with that sort of ET. Anyway,
considering that Wally crossed the line a second and a half behind JT, Wally took the turn off first.
By some margin, I would have thought.
By margin, yeah.
Right, give the Hammer Motorsports guy a cheer, please. That has got to be the coolest pit vehicle we've ever seen. He's down there on, what is that actually?
That's, that tow truck has a Fat Boy Harley Davidson engine in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Go on, give him a cheer.
And the monkey bars as well.
Yeah.
Just for the effort of building it, give him
And
a cheer.
no rear differential, so it's just one axle, so it's very difficult to steer.
So, David Vetzer and Andre Arnover, current number one qualifier, potential number one qualifier. Well, if only Andre's runs were as straight as his burnouts.
Yeah.
Because that was beautiful, but the last couple of days have been anything but, unfortunately. He had
Got a lot of new spots of rubber here on the window now.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah, you got to remember that Darryl gets splattered by that.
I get a lot of it, but
he's a
that's fine. Goes with the job. It's all good fun. So the turbo car in the slick tricks lane. Europe's, I'm going to say, how many is it? Third quickest door car? No, fourth quickest door car, beg your pardon. The third quickest one is in this lane, in the Kestrel lane. That's David Vector. He's your current number one qualifier with a best of 5.79. Andre Arnover was living in the 570s last weekend. It just looked like, you know, just give it up and run Super Pro ET, really. It was just scary how many 575s at 259 he did. So, provided this car gets past about 60 foot into second gear, we could be in for a side-by-side 570 this time round. Last two cars before we get to Pro Stock.
Yeah, Androzoli's been able to run a 635 at the minute. As you said, if these two cars get past 330 foot under power, hold on to your hats.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, it's going to take a 580 or less to get into number one.
Well, arrow straight for the pair.
581 and 590
Again,
moves
581.
Andre up to number 3, but Dave Vector 581 242 matches and sort of backs up his 580.
Well, Dave has moved into a bracket car. He's been 581, 580, 580, I think, at least something like that.
Yeah,
Thereabouts,
581,
something.
580 and 581.
Bragging rights on reactions as
Oh,
well.
yeah, yeah.
Wow. 05 and 04.
What a driving job from Andre in the
Yeah.
shotgun area as well. That thing was completely sideways just before the chute hit.
Ooh.
Scary moment.
Well,
Talking of scary, Pro Stock cars. Anyway, go on, Dick, sorry.
another 3 points in the back for David in the championship. You get 3 points if you are the quickest in qualifying round, each round, and the number 2 gets 2, and the number 3 gets 1 point.
So is a round of racing 20 points, yeah? Give him a cheer, folks. David Vector's team and Andre Arnover's off up to get them. So is it 20 points per round, yeah?
I think it is.
So you can actually earn in 4 qualifying runs if you run number 1 every time, which he is so far.
Yeah.
You can gain 12 points. And if you do that kind of every other race,
Yeah.
makes a massive difference.
Yes, you don't even have to win an event one time.
Nice to, though.
Right.
All right,
Hopefully see
FIA
you
Pro
tonight.
Stock. Thanks, Dick.
Okay, see
Well,
ya.
Q4 still to come at you, so
Yeah.
we'll see you a bit later on.
Absolutely.
Right, 7 cars in Pro Stock. The field spread is 6.56 for the quickest, 6.88 for the slowest. 0.32 of a second covers the whole lot.
Just the way it should be. I think the breeze coming down the track might knock a bit off today. However, it's going to knock a bit off for everybody, to be honest. So Richard Sundblom hasn't been here for... we need to work out when the last time he was. I haven't had a chance to chat to him to find out when, but I'm sure it's a good 8 years ago at least, maybe even as many as 10, to be honest. I think since we've had the concrete racetrack, he hasn't been here, and that was 2018, so it's a while ago.
Well, on a 6.81 at the moment, Richard has the number 6 spot.
Now, if you folks have never seen a Pro Stocker before, they are a thing of beauty. They have exactly the same engines in, obviously tuned differently, but they've all got 500 cubic inch V8 engines in them. They run on racing gasoline. In Europe, we still use carburetors. They're very heavily restricted. They're based on North American two-door saloons. They're not saloons, are they? Two-door sports cars, if you like. And this one particularly is a Chevy Cobalt, which is, in American terms, quite old, but still very, very competitive on this side of the pond. All of their horsepower is manufactured. There is no power adders at all. Everything about it is tuned to within a millimetre of its life to get the car down the racetrack. So let's see what Richard Nixon Sundblom can do. That's beautiful. That's a big improvement to 670 at 203. They're still not that fussed about it, but anyway.
Well, yeah, but it moves him up 2 spots, up to number 4 now.
Okay, so yeah, just give us a quick rundown of where they are. Sorry, Colin, if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
no,
I've
absolutely
given
no
you
problem
that
at all.
job,
Jimmy Uller, number 1. Robin de Red, number 2. Mike Malcolm, 3. Richard slots in number 4 there. Simon, 5. Stefan, 6. Lars, 7. And there is Lars.
Yeah, the only one really off yesterday, by usual standards, was Stefan Enrid. The car was way down on power and ET. I'm sure they got that sussed out by today, though. Simon Ekengren and Lasse Britsmar, your next pair. This is Lasse's actual first trip to Santa Pod.
Right, going to be a solo as well, unfortunately. Oh no, apologies. The Retro Dodge has just been... and it's not burning out.
Yeah, it looks like the tyres dried off a little bit by the time that they came out of the water box. That's I don't know whether they're going to go back and reheat or not. Michael Circus, the car owner, is on the radio to Simon to see if he wants to go back and do another burnout or whether they're just going to launch it like that. I think he's going to try for another burnout. Well, Laster's on the way back. That was a weird one. Why did he move back, actually? Yeah.
I think he moved back simply for placement on the start line. You can see where they start to do the burnout brings rubber up, so he doesn't want it. Dave doesn't want it to be too far.
Well, he
towards the
can
start line.
refire the car, but that may be all for this qualifying session. The thing is, as well, is that they do burn out in high gear. So if the tyres don't slip, there's not actually a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Mechanical gearing to get the tyres going. It's very much down to water and slippage. So Lasse Britsmar will be on a bye run. Sun's about to come out again as well, just to light his way to the finish line. This car, I'm pretty sure, used to be Jimmy Orland's Pro Stocker. It was then Robin Nuren. This car has been an event winner here a few times, I think. Robin brought it to the European finals last year.
Right, just been told to shut it off.
Ah.
Timing issue. We can see that the tree is trying to be reset, but I'm not having any of it at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to push back and they will be allowed to rejoin at some point very, very shortly, I'm sure, once the tree is figured out. So I'll see who I can wander into, shall I? Well, we've got Zerbacher over there having a chat with Gary Page. Normally, traditionally, right after the Pro Stock cars, we do have the top fuel cars. I think they must be round there, actually. Yeah. Not too far away. We've got Fuel Funny Car, then we've got all the FIM bikes
They're actually
as well.
swapping the tree.
Okay. Tree change, yeah, we do have spare ones just in case, so it's a lot easier and quicker to do that than it is to do fault finding if you only have one Christmas tree. These guys and girls do it day in, day out, pretty much all summer. It's one way for the timing crew to make themselves famous. There we are. Shall I interview the tree? No, it's got nothing to say. It's just broke. Well, Simon and the Dodge are getting pushed out of the way, so they won't make this run, unfortunately. A little more
Obviously, the camera missed the swap over there. Look, the other tree's coming out.
Yeah. The tree gets removed from its home underneath the old tower and brought out to the start line very, very shortly indeed. We just need to get the Dodge out the way because we can't get the tree into the... we can't get the Christmas tree into or out of. Oh, they're going to walk round it. That's nice of them, isn't it? So all being well, this won't take a moment. The timing crew are used to this kind of thing. Just one of the millions of things that can crop up at a drag race. Obviously amongst many, many others.
It does give us a chance, though, especially in the tower, to have a look at the gorgeous paint job that's on Lasse's car. Obviously, I'm a bit biased with the purple, but in fact, all of the Pro Stockers this weekend are beautifully turned out.
Actually, to be fair, that is a good-looking car. I'll give you that.
Oh, he's going to hide out the way. Look at that. He's going to hide out. He's not going to do a burnout against the tower, is he? It's all right. That's what they used to do with the bikes. I'm not being silly. They really did. They used to roll the bikes up to the tower, do a burnout.
Yeah. So basically what he's going to do is let the car cool down.
That's why they're around there in the shade, just to let it cool down for a couple of moments because everything was ready to go, but not for the moment. So provided the tree works out to be okay.
Yeah, and you've got Stefan Enrid and Michael Malmgren sat behind the tower ready to go.
Yeah, Stefan yesterday. Michael had a pretty good run in the second qualifying session, went into the big 650s. Unfortunately for Stefan, way off pace. I think a couple of 680s, which is most unlike him. That Dodge does have a lot of power under the hood and has been number one qualifier on quite a few occasions before as well. So I think the tree's ready. We're ready. Give Michael Scherquist and Simon Eckengren a big cheer, please. Come on, warm their hearts a little bit. It's a huge effort for them to come all the way over here to put on a show for all you guys, and that's not what they wanted to do. They will be back again later on today, and they will be in eliminations tomorrow. Most importantly, they're getting the signals far up.
So these two have been fighting it out for the championship for a good few years now. Michael wears the number 1 on the car in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Stefan with the number 2 on the car.
If you look where Michael rolls to, not quite as far forward. Actually, both of them pretty much side by side, which means I'm going to get held. Now, Stefan Enrid is from just outside Stockholm in Sweden in the Slick Tricks lane. He's actually a car dealer, of all things. Enrid Cars, they import and sell American cars, American muscle cars, and all sorts of different things very successfully as well. Stefan got into drag racing in a rather unusual way, but like most people, he ended up staying because he loved the racing. He was actually at TF and he bumped into the one and only Thomas Lindström and started chatting with Thomas and thought, you know what, you could do with some help. And one of Stefan's main competitors, which is Exclusive Cars, was on Jimmy Orland's car. And I think the sales pitch from Thomas was, if you give me enough money, or if you give me some help, I'll beat your main competitor in Pro Stock. The thing was, Stefan stuck around and then decided, you know what, this looks really fun, and decided to do it himself. So, in the Slick Tricks lane, that is Stefan Enrid with the Dodge, and the one and only Michael Malmgren, the defending European champion for Pro Stock in the Kestrel lane. Michael's been around in Pro Stock a long while now. I think something like, I don't want to say it's 30 years, but I think it is actually about 30 years. So they're looking to improve. Mike's been in the mid-650s, 60s, sorry, and Stefan, 680s. That's not where he wants to be at all. I presume he'd take a 660 something at the moment.
Yeah, 60. Well, bearing in mind that Mike Malcolm only needs to find 2 10,000ths to move up one spot. He is number 3, but needs to find a 10th. Well, side by side down Broadway for both of them. 665.83. No improvement for Mike Malcolm. Stefan Enrid goes 686. Yeah, 600ths off what you ran yesterday.
Well, you know what? It looks like Stefan Emmer's engine looked like it was a bit of a poorly pup on the way down there. It still sounded good.
We've still got the
trailing
speed.
smoke.
I mean, both of them still 203 at the stripe.
Yeah, but I think Michael Malcolm probably clicked off a little bit early. 203 is
right.
still a little bit. It's okay. I mean, or the shoots it slightly early, but 203
yeah,
is still
because
a
Mike
little
at
bit
the
low.
8th was 165. Stefan was 157.
Yeah. So Jimmy Orland, sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment, the undisputed king of pro stock in Europe for some time now, taking on Robin Arend. Well, Robin and the team, a fantastic effort after last summer. He got in the wall in the final round in Hockenheim. He was actually out in front and leading, which is the worst place you want to be if you have to lift. But the car got a bit out of shape, got in the wall, busted up the front.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances, but he came back for the European finals that year in the car that sat behind the tower, which is his old one. And in fact, Jimmy's been missing in action for a couple of years now. Great to see him back, and, well, it's like he never left. 6:56 is what he ran yesterday in the second qualifier, just as everyone thought they'd caught up with him. He stretched the lead by nearly a tenth of a second, which in pro stock is about an hour. Robin, currently your number 2 qualifier, only by 2 10,000ths of a second in front of Michael Malcolm. What have they got for us here then? 2 pro stockers, 2 very quick both pro stockers as well. And look at that, as John Price would say, door handle to door handle all the way through. 6:57 and a 6:69. No improvement, but solidifying what they already had.
Well done. Right, more points picked up for Jimmy. Just looking at the cumulative points totals in FIA history, Jimmy Orland is number 1. Coming into this meeting, 8,702 points scored in his career in Pro Stock and Pro Mod. Second place is Mike Malcolm, 8,097. And the rest of the top 10 no longer racing. So, yeah, you've got to go down to Bruno Barda, who's got 4,160 to find another racer that is still competing.
In FIA?
Yeah.
So that's not just pro stock?
Yeah, it's all classes. So
Oh,
it's
wow.
Top Fuel, Pro Mod, Top Methanol, you name it. Jimmy Orland is tops, 8,702.
If 20 points is a round win,
Yeah.
That's-
He's just going to keep piling on, piling on, piling on.
That's
and
400,
obviously
isn't it?
qualifying points, they keep added to the totals as well. It's absolutely staggering.
Well, we're going to run Lasser right now. They just put the hood back on the car, or the front end if you prefer. The breeze seems to have picked up as well, just as we're about to get ready to go with FIA Top Fuel for qualifying session number 3. And we've got the funny cars round the back of the tower as well, so they're not far away at all. It's really impressive for Jimmy Orland, that is, to run that number yesterday with the tailwind, and today running into a headwind and pretty much nail it exactly the same. That's why he's been so good. The one thing you've got to point out about Jim as well, by the way, is he didn't start racing in pro stock till about 2000, I think, something like that, maybe 2001. So I say that, it's still 23 years ago, but it's not as long as he could have been racing, let's put it that way. So the GTO is going to be fired up once again. Time to go. I'm glad the crew look excited anyway. They certainly do. So let's see what he can do to improve. What was his best number yesterday, Colin?
688, 199.
Okay, the second run he got quite a bit out of shape. The car looked a little bit unstable going down there. But how good is it to see all the pro stockers back in the UK, especially in May as well, folks. So if you get the chance, go and shake their hand and say thank you very much indeed, because it's a long old way. Bear in mind, all of them are from Sweden. We got one from Finland too. It's a
Well,
he wasn't worried about overheating then. Go on, sorry.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, that was a good point. It must be the largest field outside of Sweden for a long time.
Yeah, very much so. Since probably a good 6 or 7 years ago, something like that, I think. We used to get 7 or 8 cars back in the day, but even then, the majority of the time, it was about 7. So, very, very good showing indeed. So, Lasse will cap off this round of qualifying. Anything starting with a 6.6, I'm sure they'll be delighted, but a full run also will certainly help. The other thing as well, the conditions today, because we've got a bit of a headwind, means when the chutes hit, the cars stop very, very quickly. I remember one time when we had a really strong headwind, and it was driving the turnout crew right down the top end absolutely nuts, because all the cars would stop way before the exit because the breeze was so bad. But anyway, just adjusting the wheelie bars, setting the brake pressure, looking good. The reason I have wheelie bars on these cars is to make sure that they launch straight. They don't bring the front end up too high. They stay planted and get down the racetrack as quickly as possible. Top Fuel Dragsters are rolling around behind the tower after this car.
Oh, big tyre shake. That would have rattled anybody's fillings out.
Goodness me, it certainly would. So, actually, while I've got you with me, come with me quickly. Right, we're just going to set up Duncan Micallef for the Top Fuel car. Now, I always talk about tyre shake, and I don't know whether you guys can see it from on the banking or in the grandstand, but hopefully we can get it on the big screen and on the live stream. We can indeed. This is tyre shake. What it is where the tyres hop between each other. It's when the track and the tyres and the clutch and everything else as well aren't in perfect synchronisation, and it really, really hurts. So the tyres effectively slap down on the racing surface, and the only way to describe it in a door car is basically it's like driving over a bunch of broom handles, and it does not do the cars, the drivers or anything any good at all. It's all a setup thing. It's nothing to do with the racetrack generally. It's all about it's all about how they got the car set up. But the kings of the sport, the kings of tyre shake as well, pretty much, coming up right now. FIA Top Fuel Dragster behind the tower in Orchestra Lane. Duncan Micallef all the way from Malta in Runefield's Top Fuel Dragster coming your way. Okay, just being given the signal to fire up. 2 runs yesterday for Duncan, both of them. He puffed the tyres about 3:30, something like that. Left the start line really, really well.
So Duncan Micallef then, the Maltese line, a former champion in Top Fuel, just doing his burnout, reversing back. Now then, only 3 cars qualified. Number 1 will get the solo into the final, and the other 2 will fight for that position.
And what have they got to do to get number 1, Colin?
386 with a 3 is where India Aerovacca is, so quicker than that.
Well, not only is Duncan a previous champion, he's a previous record holder in the class. More than capable of taking that number 1 spot.
Well, we've already seen 300 miles an hour this weekend with India Aerovacca. She went 303.79. Duncan do it. So just inching forward into the beams then. 5:41 is where Duncan is at the moment. Just before 330 foot.
Exactly the same spot as yesterday. 5.70, 111 miles an hour. Obviously not quite what they were looking for. Full run was what they're after, but leaves so strong with no hint of shake or anything like that. What was the 60, Colin?
859.
That's about where they want to be. The reason what they want to do is they want to slip the tyres almost all the way down, which is virtually impossible to do. It's very, very difficult. It's one of those things that takes a lot of working out. Give the team a round of applause, please. They'll be back one more time, all being well, later on today for one final crack at that number one qualifying spot. But yeah, the way that these cars work is they're effectively kind of an automatic. So, well, it's fastest automatic, obviously. But when the driver nails the throttle, there's a couple of switches underneath their right foot which start the timers for the fuel and the clutch. And it's effectively like the clutch absorbs the horsepower. So you can't leave with 11,000 horsepower, because otherwise the tyres will spin instantly. So it's all about power management. It's about bringing the clutch in stages as they go down the racetrack. Now, that sounds really, really easy, but there are so many variables, as we know from our many times of doing this. It's like if you imagine in your car, if you plug it in first gear and you rev the engine and slowly release your foot off the clutch, it brings the power in gently. That's kind of exactly what they do. The clutch locks up in stages going down the racetrack, and obviously that was a little bit too much for what the racetrack would take that time round because the tyres broke loose. The idea is a nice, smooth acceleration all the way down, but without any tyre spin. So, there we go. Lesson over.
I might add as well, the reason they don't do it with their foot is because the clutch, or the forces going through the clutch would actually break their foot.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You can't do it that way. So the next pair, two young ladies in the Slick Tricks lane for Monster Energy in Switzerland. Your current number one qualifier went 3.86 yesterday, over 300 miles an hour. They've been given the signal to fire up, I think. Oh, just 1 minute actually was what Laurie said. Yeah, India is only going to be looking to go quicker and faster. Taking on Suzanne Colleen with the Slick Tricks Racing Sandpod Raceway Top Fuel Dragster. Suzanne has been down low into the 3.8s. Over 300, I think she's been over 320 miles an hour, literally a year ago today. So good luck to both of them.
Yep, Laurie just squeezing the bottle. And you'll see, there we go.
It's not a running race, Rory. Come on, go, 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 go. Apparently it is if you're on the crew. So what can they do? Racetrack's pretty much perfect. India went 3.86 yesterday, so they know it's there. It's just a case of tickling everything in the right direction to make it happen. Wow, even Runa's stuck around to watch. Also, they use the throttle stop on the burnout, although it's hard to believe with India's car.
Yeah, that was short and sharp, wasn't it?
Certainly was, very sharp indeed. So India, what the throttle stop does, it restricts the amount that the throttle opens on the burnout. So they get about an eighth or a tenth of the throttle, just enough to spin the tyres and heat them up, but not to over-rev the engine. That's the most important thing.
So as things stand at the moment, we know India is number one on 386 for the three, over 300 miles an hour. Suzanne from yesterday, her best 478. We know that she can go into the 3.8s. We know she can go over 300 miles an hour, but it's doing it now. They both want to be number one qualifier purely, not only just for those extra points, but to get the bye into the final tomorrow. So Suzanne, she is in the Kestrel lane for Slick Tricks Racing. India Arapaka, Monster Energy. Oh, it didn't quite happen there at all.
Well,
Violence.
that was straight up in the air. I'm down here on the start line, even though I can't say it, with one of Europe's most long-time drag racers and one of Europe's greatest drag racers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Urza. Come on. A proper Santa Pod welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Urs, great day yesterday, running down into the 380s. Are you jealous? Would you rather be in the car when it's running like that?
No, I like to sit in the car again, like I have done in the past. This was a great run. We're running out on fuel, so we try to figure out some new stuff today. But yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. But it's always great to see you back, and the car looks great in the new colours.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's for Monster Energy Drink, our new sponsor. It's a good color.
Very much so. Urza, everybody. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And always great to have the whole Urbacker squad here. Well, Urs, give them a cheer, folks. Trying their absolute hardest. Just a little bit too much wheel speed off the start line. That was almost instant. I tell you what, though, if you wouldn't mind following me again, can I just borrow the camera again? Right, so we all know how big and wide top fuel tyres are. So if you look up on the screen, hopefully it will cut to me in just a second. So a regular top fuel tyre is about that wide, about as wide as my feet. You going to get my feet? Hopefully get my feet. Anyway, so probably about 18 inches wide, something like that. If you come over here to where India's car smoked the tyres, if you can get in on close enough on that, it's that wide. So those rear tyres went from about 18 inches to probably 2 or 3 at the very, very most were in contact with the racetrack. Absolutely hardly anything at all. That was instant, wasn't it, chaps? That's what it was all about, power management, and that was way too much, way too quick. Looked like Suzanne's car was mixing up cylinders as soon as she hit the throttle. I think that's what the problem was for her in that one.
I mean, 0.88 for Suzanne to 60. Can go quicker than that, but I think the run was already on its way out by then. But 6.19, no improvement, and obviously 12.70 for India. That 3-second run is what counts. Can I please have FIM Pro Stop Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Next up, though, as we look in the shutdown area to see Suzanne's car is just, well, they're just going to get prepped to come off the second exit, so she is still on the track at the moment. But lining up behind us, the first of the Nitro Funny cars for today, it is the Undertaker car, Steve Ashdown, and the team are down there.
Well, somebody's turned the wind up down here.
I just noticed that, actually.
Really, honestly?
The turbines have really started going for it.
All of a sudden, it's got very breezy, shall we say. Very, very breezy. Anyway, as long as it's dry, we can still keep going, we can still run. So, Steve Ashdown yesterday. First run didn't really move anywhere at all, unfortunately. Second run just stood it up on the tyres. But Steve down here for another attempt. He's really gonna have to go for it to get that #1 qualifying spot though. 4:24 for Kevin. Oh, I tell you what, stand behind the funny car bodies. There's no breeze here.
Well, that's sort of adverse aerodynamics.
Yeah, something like that.
Working.
Yeah, exactly that. I'll have to just crouch down and hide behind.
But as you say, Darryl, the wind has really, really picked up. Just looking at the flags everywhere, they've really picked up. We're actually picking up wind noise through microphone, which we don't normally do.
Absolutely right. So it looks like Suzanne's car's just about gone. Off round the corner. And we're just waiting for the words.
Yeah, that's cleared.
Yeah, that's cleared round the corner. So provided the track's okay, we should be good to go with Steve and the Undertaker team. Yeah, looking good.
Well, good to see as well. Lee from the Undertaker team is already way down there.
Just in case.
Just in case.
No. Unfortunately, they've just unplugged and pushed back. All I can think is, they're bringing the buckets in. There might be some wet stuff either
there is,
up there.
right at the top of the shutdown area, starting to mist over there.
Okay, right. If you're in the grandstands on the banking, if it's misting at the top end, it's on its way down here. So if you have an umbrella, I'd put it up right now or put something over your heads. Just to forewarn you, because we've seen this so many times, we kind of know where it goes, unfortunately. So, yeah, just take some cover, just take a little bit of shelter, and hopefully there's blue sky there too. It should blow through quite quickly, but that cloud, up there, looks like...
It's just catching the edge at the moment.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's just coming onto the main racetrack as well.
Okay, so we're going to be down for a few moments, definitely. Anyway, so I would honestly recommend it's raining now, so take a bit of cover, and we'll be back as soon as we can.
Right. Okay. So Really well today, but this one is a little bit of an unwelcome guest. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airwaves very shortly, but we will be back when we continue the qualifying here at the main event. When you think, I want to have a go at this myself, go and buy a car or a bike or something. So we got 7.9, we have 7.93, 167 miles. Stevie Gates, Susie McClure, Frankie Taylor, Josh Duncan. There's 11 of them that want to get in. Thomas Bublitz and Dave Thornton, they're okay. Let's see if they can improve. 10.16 and 9.12. No improvement for either. 10.30, 9.22. And an epic weekend. I want her to break out, actually. .992 for Frankie Taylor. It's another 9-second pass. The idea then is to run that number. You get Simon Swarbrick, a monstrous wheelie off the line. Well, he's definitely not going to run a 10.48 now. So unfortunately, that's his weekend done. Warren goes 9.09. So Warren is 728. FIA Pro Modified, 60-minute warning. Oh, Simon Innes and Laura Bainton should be okay. She's in at number 24 at the moment.
So if the car... Oh.
Right, Laura goes 44, but unfortunately Dan Fulton doesn't. $895 the target, 900 is the flat, and a 10.19 on 10.12. Right, Ruben Dawson wants an 8.99. He's 29th. That's not totally safe at the moment. And he stays 29. He goes 9.13.
He doesn't. Marie won't be racing this afternoon.
Oh, Susie.
So interestingly, JT run in Super Pro for the whole of this weekend.
And now he gets a one-shot qualifier, effectively.
Because he switched class. Yeah.
And now it'll go 8.99. Watch, ready, steady.
Part of the project was keeping the car as original as possible.
Yes.
And making as little changes as possible to see how far we can push it in terms of speed and getting a land speed record. The first version I don't think we went far enough, and that became true when we crashed at 150 miles an hour and rolled it 5 times. Now, luckily, the driver was A-OK and was happy to go again and rebuild the car. So we put it in a wind tunnel, developed it further, and the car is very, very stable and planted now. And the changes we've made to it, again, were very minimal, but we've retained 80% of the original vehicle.
That was the key, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's keeping it recognisable as the Kestrel,
Yeah.
but making it slippery enough to enable you to get the pile of records that have
Yes.
now been bestowed on the car.
Yes, we've currently got 7, but we only got them on half power. And
Oh, boy.
We've decided to up the power even further, so we're now at 992 brake horsepower.
That's not bad.
It's not too bad.
Now, I believe, I think you can correct me on this if I am wrong, but you're going to have a go in the car, aren't you?
I hope so. Yes, I'm gonna let John do his thing on the day, which is June 17th.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a crack at the 200 mile an hour mark and see how the car reacts to using the full power. On the dyno, it's absolutely fine. We didn't get any tyre slip, and that was on the old tyres.
Yeah.
We've got some slicks now, so hoping all goes well and we don't blow up the engine or anything like that, then I'll have a crack.
Yeah. Now then, let's just switch over to Kestrel.
Yeah.
The brand, the beer. Now then, I picked up one of these to remind me of all of the what you're putting into Santa Pod at the moment. Obviously, you are a lane sponsor here, so your name is read out probably more often than everybody because we say it's in the Kestrel lane, and you say, "Oh, what is Kestrel?" But we can talk about why and how you sponsor it. But not only that, in Fueler's Bar, you have the complete range of beers in there, don't we?
Yes. Yeah.
So you're the official beer supplier
Yes.
to Fueler's Bar, and you have sample tasting up there.
Yep.
And you pick up a card, which I picked one up earlier on, and each time you buy a pint in Fueler's Bar, you get a mark on your card, and once you buy 9, you get your 10th one free.
Yeah. And it's not just Fueler's Bars, every bar.
Ah, right, okay.
Any bar you can see that there's Kestrel at, you can get a stamp, and then on the 10th, you can get a free one.
Ah, fantastic. I will try this later on, but I have had one of the other ones actually, so I haven't had this one yet.
Which one was that?
I can't remember now because I was bought it. But no, it's really, really good. And so in a funny sort of way, this is your spiritual home now for the brand, isn't it?
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, we're only based down the road. We're about 15 minutes away, our office. And, as a family business, an investment like this into Santa Pod is a big deal for us. And, for me, it doesn't really feel like a job coming up here.
Well, that's part of it.
I quite
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
And, we've got lots of different activations going on that we feel, benefit everyone. But at the heart of it, we're motorsport people, and we want to get involved in it as much as we can. And, if that means doing what we're doing here, then that's good for us, and it's good for Santa Pod, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah. The other thing I was going to ask you, Joel, is I know you're a motorsports fan, you've got involved with the Kestrel itself, but have you actually been down the quarter mile yourself yet?
I have, quite a few times.
Yeah?
Yes.
So what have you driven?
I've driven a 1965 MGB.
Right.
Which isn't a normal MGB. We've done the old Kestrel thing and put a small block Chevy in it.
Ah, right. Okay, because this is the side of you that I don't know.
Yeah. Cars are my thing. So that MG, it's not designed for the track, but still 300 horsepower and a very light roadster car, and it's good fun. But compared to the cars you see here, it's not quick at all.
But, so how quick? So what sort of numbers have you?
I'm still getting to grips with it. I'm making changes, but I think the best I've done was a 13.9. But
That's all right.
I haven't done it in manual yet, so
That's respectable.
I'm sticking it in auto, and soon I'll get the hang of it into manual.
But it's a lot of fun by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it's really
and the great advantage by the type of car that I think you were talking about there, it will actually go around a corner.
Yes, round a corner is good fun. It's very front heavy because of the engine, but it means the tyres do like to slip a bit, but it is good fun, yeah.
Okay. Any plans to go any quicker than that, apart from if you have to go in the Kestrel, because obviously that's a speed vehicle,
Yes.
but you may find the limits of the MG and think, well, I don't know, I fancy something going a little bit quicker. Is there anything on the radar in the future for you, do you think?
I'd absolutely love to go quicker. money's a problem.
Yes, agreed.
And I know John Webster's been trying to sell me his pop for quite a while.
Well, it won't take much to put Kestrel on it, put it that way.
No, and I've always said to him, I'll buy it from him instantly when I've got the money.
Right, that's that is probably the best answer that you could ever give. I'll take my hat off to you for that. But it's for a sponsor to really support the sport and to be an absolute petrol head as well.
Yeah.
It's a decision that's sometimes made with the heart as well as the head.
Yep.
Because sometimes if you just get a bunch of accountants, they just look at it and you think, oh, no, can't see, they can't do that, too much money, not do this, da-da-da. But you can see what you're getting for it. And you come each time to the track and you enjoy it and you want to sort of invest in the sport as well. And for everybody here, that is hugely appreciated. It really, really is.
Oh, thank you very much.
Long may that great relationship that you built up, predominantly with Caroline, but everybody here,
Yes.
may continue. And we really, really do appreciate it. Almost as much as I appreciate this can that's sitting in front of me, but I'll find that out a little bit later on. So obviously you're here for the duration this weekend.
Yep.
Obviously you'll be here for the European finals as well, which obviously is another big event for you. What else is on the radar for you with regards to Santapod this year?
As many events as possible, but at the moment we're filming a content series that we've just started doing about kind of the personalities behind drag racing, and so specific drivers, getting to understand them, because like us at Kestrel, we're a family business. Drag racing is a family affair, isn't it? And it's families' weekends, and it's their lives in a lot of senses for a lot of people. But a lot of people that do drag racing aren't necessarily involved in that outside of the sport. They could be in any job that you could possibly imagine, and then on the weekend they're potentially racing at 200 plus miles an hour. It's one of those unique sports that you don't get anywhere else, and we want to show that and tell that story.
Now I know you're telling John's story.
Yes,
obviously
absolutely.
that was. I know you did ask me who did I think, and I just ran out of ideas as soon as you asked me the question. Because it's picking people up. But who else have you sort of found to film on this?
We've got the Williams brothers, so we've got connections with a few people here at Santapod. So John's obviously built the Flying Kestrel for us, and he built my car as well, and he races the Flying Kestrel. So naturally we've built a great relationship with him and his family and his team. So for me, he was the first port of call to film and get to know for people outside of the sport. And then next is the Williams brothers.
So obviously they painted the Kestrel.
They painted the Kestrel, and they also painted my MG.
So right. Okay, I didn't realise they painted the MG. I knew they painted the Kestrel.
Yeah, so we're going to be filming with them as well. So it's kind of a case of whoever's up for it. Yeah. Let me know, and
have you been to the Williams Brothers workshops yet?
No, that will be part of it.
Oh boy!
Yes.
That's like kid in a candy store. Visit that one is. You'll have a very pleasant surprise when you go over there.
I'm sure.
But you and I think that would make quite a good because there's so much going on over there, and like John's involved in so many different projects. Yeah. You'll see a different side to what they do compared to what they are at a racetrack. Yeah. So that's really, really good. But there's still a few other people that we can suss out in due course. So look forward to seeing who you find.
Absolutely, thank you.
That make a good program there. All I can say, Joel, is thank you once again. If you want to come up again tomorrow, it'd be really, really good because you'll have some more people here as well. The other person, because your dad's always around. Yeah,
he comes up as much as he can.
Yeah, but not here this weekend. No?
Not this weekend, I'm afraid. No.
Right. Okay.
Well, next time he's up, I'll get him to come up here.
Because you used to come up together. The odd visit that we've had with you, your dad's come up as well. So really, really good. I'm just looking out the track. Look at that. This is weird. You can see at the top end of the track, Joel, the sun is out.
A strip of sunshine at
the
end.
And it's moving this way. It is almost like a conveyor belt of sunshine helping us dry the track out. Oh dear. You get other commentators sending us silly messages. But
oh no, not again.
Thanks, Luke. Joel's seen that one. But yeah. Joel, thank you ever so much indeed.
Thank you.
Apologies for calling you John a moment ago, but
That's
it is Joel.
Right.
Kestrel beer. is available in Fuelers Bar. And it also, you have the tester samples literally just opposite the pod shop. That's where you are. And you can pick up your card from there, yeah?
Yes.
And the Flying Kestrel is up there as well.
Not today.
Oh, it's not there. I thought it was, in the
No,
trailer.
it's in the trailer
Oh, it's in the
because of the
trailer.
rain. I can't get it wet. That's the problem.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you at all.
But
All right.
yeah, it was out yesterday, so I'm sure a lot of people saw
I
it.
probably did, actually. I remember when you actually launched the car, because that was done here on the drag strip,
It was,
wasn't
yes.
it?
Yeah. We had Rachel Riley down to launch the car.
remember that, yeah.
Interesting connection there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was really good fun. And then 2 days later, we went up and raced it.
I wish you all the best with the attempts on the records coming up.
Thank you very
200
much.
miles an hour.
Yes.
That is going to be exciting.
That'll be good fun.
And so once those records are set, then I think it will be time for you to have a go at it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
100%.
Definitely. And then we'll get it on the road and drive it about.
Brilliant stuff. Joel,
Awesome.
thank you ever so much
Thank you very
indeed.
much.
I'm so pleased you come up to see us today. We did sort of set that up a little bit earlier. Said, yeah, come on up when you can. But I'm really chuffed to see you up here.
Thank you very
mate.
much for your time. I'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will see you soon. Joel McNally from Kestrel Beer. And he'll be heading back up to the stand, or he'll be just going into spectator land and just watching all the racing. But wherever he ends up, enjoy the weekend. Thanks ever so much indeed. Right, we're monitoring the situation outside at the moment. It looks like it's stopped. It's just a case of waiting to see how soon it is before we get going once again. Just looking into the lanes, we're just waiting for, well, the Fuel Funny Cars are what we're going to be running next. And after that, it will be Nostalgia Funny Cars. In the meantime, I'll tell you what, let's just give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2 and we'll take it back when we have some more action on the drag strip.
Look at Tony go all the way through. What's he got? 5:36, 264 mile an hour. Gets down the track and
You're way too lean, and then it will burn.
whoa! Watch out, John.
Well, that's not going to help him at all. Well, obviously, the run is DQ'd. He's taken out the 330 blocks there. 0.99 to 60 foot. That's the only data they're going to pick up. And he was the fastest UK-based pro mod. Oh, driving the wheels off it there. 596, 244 for Andy Robinson.
And
That was someone needs to tell us.
Well, both of them weaving around the lane. Marcus is back on the power, goes through with a 7:51, improves his time, and an 8.91 puts. Oh, Peter getting very close to the wall, and Andreas back on the throttle after a quick pedal over the line. 6:61, 219 mile an hour.
That was close though. That was a lot.
6 flat plays, 595.
Well, Bruno getting over towards the wall as well, but both drivers all the way through. 6:04.
Yeah,
And
596.
just like that, in no time at all, the Undertaker is back behind the tower. It's already been spun over, and Lee has made it down to 330 foot. So any second now, we will hear the thunderous roar of a top Fuel Funny car, this time being driven by Steve Ashdown.
Always been driven by Steve Ashdown, the Undertaker, actually. Well, the fortunate thing is that they hadn't started the car before we had to have that rain interruption. That's the worst thing to do, is like, you know, run the car, do the burnout, go back, and then the rain comes in. That's just a horrible situation.
Okay, Steve Ashdown. I don't even know whether Steve got out the car in the barn actually. Kept him out the rain for a little while. Steve's trying to slow the car down.
But it seems to do that every time. Keep high up on the RPM.
I know they've tried to fix it. They had that issue when they first rebuilt this car after the fire a couple of years back.
But Lee knows exactly what he's doing. Closes the butterflies, drops the RPMs and allows Steve to get it into reverse.
Yeah, so the RPM has to come down because the way that the reversers work and the mechanics work of the car, well, it don't work unless the RPM is a lot lower. I've had that experience. I've been sat out there in a top fuel car after a burnout and the RPM's too high. And there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can drop the RPM by turning the second fuel pump on, because that's, you know, when they drop the brake. That's one way of doing it. And I was trying to do that, but no one got to me in time. Anyway, it was when it was. I had to pick it off and watch Peter Lark run a 5.0. It is what it is. So I think he was due to be alongside Jason Phelps, and I don't think Jason and Mark and the Gladiator team are going to be putting in a pass.
Yeah, I saw Jason walking around in civvies out the back there, so yeah, not down for this session.
So far the quickest run for the Undertaker, where you've got two cars in the fours and two cars a long way away from the fours, unfortunately. He's going. Right, going that way.
So Steve Ashdown looking to get into the 4-second club. Been there before, just not this weekend.
Oh, he's done it plenty of times, yeah. He's been into the low fours before as well. So, what Dave Bryant and the team got for us this time round? Stood up on the tyres big time yesterday. And pretty instant too. That's the one all the way through, Steve. Just before the finish line. Look at that number. 4:43, 2:32. That was on a better run than that, actually. That would have almost been as good as Kevin.
Yeah.
The only slight problem is when they look at the timing data, the reaction time in the 60 foot are the wrong way round. 8th mile, 3.47, 251 miles an hour. It was a very, very strong run indeed. No question at all. 4:43 at 2:32. Yeah, the 60-foot clock in was 087, which I can only think something else must have triggered it. However, the half-track numbers were spot on. 3:47, 251 miles an hour. Well, there we go, folks. What you need is a bit of rain to clean the racetrack. Nip in the shed, have a nap, come out again. So, put your hands together, please, for the whole Undertaker team. Well done, folks. Excellent run. Believe it or not, that still only gets them the number 3 spot, which is where they were anyway. That's a 6-second improvement to stay the same in the same place.
Well, unbelievably, it was only 232 mile an hour. He was doing 251 at the 8th mile.
Yeah.
That was only one. Well, he was only 1 mile an hour less than Kevin Kent was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely that. So.
Right, well, we've got the other pair lined up behind us. What a run these two put in yesterday. Without a shadow of a doubt, Europe's fastest ever side-by-side funny car.
Well, Steve is actually with the body up right down the end of the shutdown area. If you can see the paddle marks on the racetrack as well, the tyres were not properly gripped all the way down there. You can see like that. That's what we call paddling, not shaking. When it paddles, it's kind of... It's like a prelude to tyre shake, but it never quite gets
that's
there.
Up to almost half mile. 8th mile. Looking at those marks.
Oh.
Goodness me.
I heard that in my ears. I didn't need to see it.
What was that?
Didn't you hear it? Didn't you hear the click in your ear?
That was lightning.
That was lightning over there.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Don't look, because it won't be there now. But anyway, God is being quite nice to us at the moment, I think is a very polite way of putting this. Could we have FIM Super Twin TF and Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Twin, Top Fuel, and Top Fuel Bike, please. I think they're probably already there. Extreme. There you go. Look. Steve is stopped just before turn 2.
Did a good job of slowing that down.
Well, the thing is because I don't know whether he clicked it off. I think it probably clicked itself off. Steve was probably having too much fun. But that was a great, great looking run. So, Kevin Kent, what can they do to improve on dropping your glasses? Thank you very much indeed, Rene. So, Rene Kirchhoff just sent Colin a message, which was very kind of him for me. Rene, I can't, do you know what? Where my trainers came from. They're actually K-Swiss running trainers that I've had for 14, 15 years now. I've had them a long time, haven't I? But yeah, they're K-Swiss running trainers. So if you do, just have a Google search for Union Jack running trainers, and hopefully you should turn up with something that will suit, shall we say. Or I'll sell you these for 200 quid, whichever's easier. I think they're just about to get Steve moving.
Well, Kevin Kent yesterday, 296 mile an hour, the fastest funny car we've seen here over the 1,000 foot.
Yeah, we have had 300 mile an hour funny cars, but it took him an extra 320 foot to get there. Kevin, probably by the time he stepped off the throttle, was going that fast. Kevin likes to aim for the quarter mile.
Right, just a bit of information to the sportsman races, actually, due to time constraints and, well, yeah, we're running out, basically. Super Pro ET, Super Gas and Super Comp are done. They are now straight into elimination, so no more qualifying for Super Pro, Super Gas and Super Comp.
So that's about everybody then, I think, isn't it, really?
Well, Pro ET and the Junior Dragsters managed to get a Q7 in, but we're not going to get it in for the others. So basically, looking at that, all of our sportsman classes are now into eliminations.
So Steve Carr looks like it's still not moving. I'm watching the live stream like everybody else is. If you can see the big screen TVs, if you look, you might get a nice light show. If you're sitting in the grandstand, look over behind the bank. That's a big black cloud.
That is so black, and yet the track is bathed in sunshine.
Well,
I
keep it
saw
that way.
the lightning that time.
Yeah, we got lightning show going on over there. All I'll say, I can say it now, and it won't affect the rest of the day because it is what it is. But we have been terribly lucky with the weather, considering what's around us as well. It was hammering it down in Bedford very shortly, not too long ago. I think that's probably over Milton Keynes and everywhere else over that way as well. Although drowning Milton Keynes wouldn't be the word. No, anyway, forget it. I'm only joking.
So if you're wondering what they're doing down there with Steve Ashdown's funny car, once those cars come to a stop and the clutches all settle down, they tend to weld themselves together.
Indeed, because it gets so hot.
So you then have to disconnect the drive shaft to actually move the thing. That's why you can see the body is in the air. You can see the team is out there in front of the car. So once they've got that disconnected, they will be then towing it off the track, back to the pits, ready to do it all again.
Either that or they're too busy celebrating up there. So. Yeah, we are sorry for the delay. There's obviously a reason that we can't get cracking. One of Patrick's crew guys just come up and spoke to Ian, I think probably just to say how long we're going to be. The annoying thing for Steve and the team as well is he's right at the exit, as in he's right there.
Yeah.
There's virtually nothing in it. So, we've got the camera up in the pit area once again. They're hooking up the Santa Pod 2-seater, ready for another run.
So Steve moves off the end of the track. The two funny cars behind the tower, Kevin Kent and Patrick Pers.
It's almost like we planned it.
Exactly, look at that.
Yeah, Steve's car rolls round the corner. The next pair are fired on the start line. Kind of how it should be. I'm impressed that he needs to auction those. They're 286 miles an hour Swedish flags, those.
What? It is going to be a solo for Patrick Pers, unfortunately. Kevin has been told to shut the car off behind the tower. And I tell you what, the nitro that Patrick just let off is gone right up my nose.
Yeah. You're probably getting worse than I do standing down there, actually, because it's directed straight at you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, if any photographer fancies standing behind Patrick's car, you're probably going to get flames with one of the most dramatic backgrounds you've ever got.
Yeah.
Yeah, still. Well, but we'll see anyway. Whatever will be, will be. We can't do anything about it. We'll do as much as we can racing-wise. Take it from there. So, Patrick is already number 2. He got 4.40. He's going to need to go 4.24 or better. That was his personal best in a funny car. Big pusher in a top fuel car a number of years ago. However, fuel funny cars are completely different beasts. Isn't that nice to see as well? Peter and Robin Lance down on the start line, linking arms. Perfect father-son moment. Let's see what Patrick can do. Oh, drop cylinders all over the place. That was instant. Ooh. Okay, 9.24, only 51 miles an hour. He will cruise on through. The car just, it's almost like it not only was down to 1 mag, because I think it would probably run better than that on 1 mag, it just died. A whole bank of cylinders just went out on one side, and Patrick drove it towards the wall and clicked it off.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, as we say, Kevin Kent just been towed back to the pits behind the support vehicle.
And I tell you what, the wind is picked up all of a sudden as well.
You can see on the live stream as well, that's David Venks' team getting ready for another round of qualifying later on. Servicing the car, taking the wheels off. That's I think that's Ellen packing the parachutes on the back of the machine. One word of advice, folks. I think is it tinkling with rain again? What I was going to say is we do need to keep an eye on the sky, because that's a big thunderstorm right behind us. It is bearing down on us, and if it's not raining yet, it's probably not long. We'll get as much racing in as we possibly can, but if it does start raining, please take shelter and keep yourself safe as quickly as you possibly can. Put your hands together for the West End Motorsport team. They're still #1 qualifier after that round, even though they didn't make that run, unfortunately. And Patrick's car is now stopped up there at the top end. But yeah, we had a couple of instances, one at the European finals last year where the weather moved in, and boy did it move in. That was one of those where people had no time to get off the bank. They just had to cover themselves with whatever they had.
Yeah, most insane
It was
day we've
mad.
ever had.
That was really mad. So we'll keep running for as long as we can, as long as it's safe to, obviously. But it looks like we might have run out of luck, I think, sometime soon.
Well, Patrick's car is still on the racetrack, so we can't send anything down, even if it was perfect at the moment. But yeah, we're waiting with bated breath. Oh, and actually, no, Patrick's car now just going through, well, the quad. Is not actually connected. It's been pushed. The car has actually been pushed.
Oh, look at that. What a team.
Look on the live stream. There you can see the car being manually pushed through the first exit.
See, that's always worrying when one of the photographers is showing the start line crew a picture, because it's usually very impressive.
Probably just to say, wow, have you seen this kind of thing? There we go. Anyway, so
well, we're going to keep going, this time with Nostalgia Funny Car. It will be Wendy Baker coming round first with the Time Warp Mustang. Great to see her back on track.
yeah, all those little X's down there. So Wendy's going to roll around the corner. Put in one run yesterday. Really nice launch off the start line. Then the engine seemed to zing.
Yeah, just lost drive completely. Do we know whether that was clutch or something else?
It sounded like gearbox. They do actually run 2 speeds on Fuel Funny cars. On Nostalgia Fuel Funny cars anyway. So it could have well have been in the Lenko. Great looking burnout from Wendy.
Great looking backup guy as well for Wendy. That's Mark. Hi, Mark.
Does he owe you money? Probably does now you said that.
No, I owe him money. That's why I'm being nice.
Ah, fair enough then. That's all right. So, Nostalgia Nitro Funny cars are very similar to what you've just seen. I.e. they have a flip-top body on them. They have nitro-burning Hemis between the frame rails. However, they run a completely different combination. It's scaled down somewhat, i.e. smaller supercharger, smaller fuel pump and smaller magneto. They're still great to watch. They still run very quick and fast indeed. However, not quite as quick as their big brothers and sisters and everything else as well.
So Wendy not qualified at the minute. As we said yesterday, only made 1 pass, but zinged the motor about 60 foot out. What can she do this time?
Well, just to get another on the board would be what they really want to do, so at least they can go.
Well, that's a lot more like it. Click second gear as well. Backs off at 1,000 foot. Still runs a 748. The team will definitely take that.
Yeah, something went a little sour just after half track, but it is a full run. 748, 143 miles an hour. Wendy is on the board.
So up next then, I can see Andy Raw behind the tower with the Nitro Bug. And just waiting to see who they'll be racing. I can see the Apache and the Venom team. He may be on a solo, but different startup procedures means that Andy starts the car up from behind the start line and the other teams start from behind in the I was going to say shotgun area then. In the pairing lanes. Give the Time Walk team a round of applause. Did really, really well on that one.
Yeah.
That took a lot of work to get there, but well done, Wendy. Well done, the whole Time Walk team. Underneath the tower this time, we have the Nitro Bug with Andy Raw at the wheel, and then I think after that we have side-by-side with Apache and Venom.
Yeah, just a need to reiterate what we announced earlier on. Super Pro, Super Gas, and Super Comp. I said you are straight into eliminations and we're qualifying. What I really should have added to that is that you won't be running again today. That is all taking place tomorrow.
All being well.
Yes, all being well. Exactly. So it's straight to eliminations tomorrow, not this evening, because we're going to be back-to-back pro sessions today.
Well, if the sky turns magically blue, we might do it.
Yeah. But no, it'll be back-to-back pro. To answer one other question, Junior Drag Bike Cup are now in FIM, so you are still classed in the pro sessions.
Ah, okay.
Oh, they are. It's as simple as that. But we've got to see what happens because, yeah, well, let's just see.
So, for Nostalgia Funny Car, we've got a couple of cars in the 6s. Wendy just went 7.4. Andy with a 9.23. That's his number on the board for qualifying for when we come to racing tomorrow.
Yeah, unbelievably, Andy only with a 9.23. Car has been much quicker than that. Just handling issues this weekend. Been plaguing him.
And a new combination as well. They got a new blower, they got a new injector and everything else as well. Very difficult to get these cars set up right and get them happy, most importantly.
Well, look at that. Carl was actually setting the idle through the rev counter that was on the iPad.
Well,
That's
they've
the
got,
way
it's
to
got
do
all
it.
the readouts.
Yeah,
So
he just goes, have a look.
Yeah.
Okay, that way. Yeah, that's good. So good luck to Andy Raw and the whole team for the Nitro Bug. Hopefully this will be something like a full run. Well, a drop cylinder on one side tends to push the car around a little bit. That was pretty good until then. Cruises on through with an 832. That's nearly a second improvement. I'd rather it was a 2-second improvement though, at least. Anyway. So Andy goes through. If you're watching at home on the screen, you saw that cloud. We can see it a lot more than you can.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. So we've got two more funny cars. We've got Apache and Venom side by side. Let's hope we get the side by side run we have been keeping our fingers crossed for a long while.
Yeah, bizarrely, it's not as dark as it was at the top end earlier. But we are still dodging everything at the moment, thank goodness.
Also, if you look over the back of the banking, those of you that are on it, Street Eliminator cars coming back from their cruise. Just seen the Ugly Sister and James Murray's Cortina. But up next, the Apache funny car and the world's fastest pumpkin. That is the Venom funny car. Tony Betts behind the wheel. Was it 249 you did, Darryl?
250, mate.
250.
The first ever 250. Super Street Bike, please, into the pairing lanes, if you dare. Super Street pairing bike. Sorry, I'm only kidding. Please, in the pairing lanes.
So Apache with its new wheels looking very good indeed.
Well, I don't think they've got. I think they've got Tony's car 5 now, but they are going to be on the hurry up. His team is already here.
Well, you can't see it, but Rob lowering behind the tower, telling the Apache team to wait.
Right, Tony's on the right, on the move, even. I love that car. Tony, quick request. Can you borrow Tim's throttle stop? Just once. Go on. Can he just borrow it for a laugh? Thank you very much.
Does Tim have a throttle stop?
Sorry?
Does Tim even have a throttle stop after that burn? I don't think he does.
I was amazed as well. I really thought that was unrestrained, but it's not. That is what they deliberately try and do. Well, look at this. Adding to the drama of two side-by-side nitro funny cars. I've lost count of the amount of dramatic races I've seen here over the years. And it's always the setting that does it. Absolutely always. So the Apache. Firebird taking on the Venom Camaro. Could we see our first ever side-by-side 5-second run in the gloom that has descended upon us this afternoon?
Well, it tends to be when there's a thunderstorm leering, the air just becomes very, very good indeed.
Oh yeah, the air's just improved massively. I remember the job ride down there used to be Mike Rucci. I'd hit Sander and go, just look around and go, the air's changed. Yeah, it's got a lot better just in that amount of time. Because the air cools so rapidly, it changes the tune. It changes the amount of fuel you need going into the engine.
It changes the power you make as well.
So, potential 5-second side-by-side run, will we see it?
Whoa, Venom taking a wander around the lane, getting very close to the centre line. Not so one of the
look
blocks.
at that. 6:07 takes us 6:21 at 2:33 for Tony. What a side-by-side run.
Side-by-side 230 mile an hour funny cars.
Why not? Well, I think one of the blocks got out of the way because it was scared because Tony was coming for it. The block went, nope. So, everybody in the grandstands on the banking, please put your hands together in the warmest possible terms for both teams going up to get their drivers after that one. That was one of the quickest side-by-side races we've seen as well. So, that's the Apache team, first of all. And I can't really spot the Venom team. They're really hard to see with the big bright orange pickup and everybody hanging off the back of it. Right, quick track sweep. The reason for the track sweep is when the nitro cars run, it leaves a haze of clutch dust on the track, and a lot of the other cars really don't like it. They tend to sort of wiggle and move around in it.
So, just looking around the back of the tower, I can see the two-seater dragster, but most importantly, I can see the front of Top Fuel bike. I can see Phil Crossley down there with the Imperial
He's made
Wizard.
it round. Come on, Phil. God, blimey, is he crossing his fingers now or what?
Well, the thing is that it's not the best conditions for the bikes. I know it's a headwind at the minute, but we've been watching those windmills spin around all day. If that headwind became a crosswind, the conditions for the bikers becomes a lot more sketchy.
As if they aren't sketchy enough as it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got it.
So that wind has really, really picked up, hasn't it?
Quite a lot, yes. It's also changed direction again, but there we are.
Yeah, full-on headwind. Huh?
Apologies, this is full-on commentary on the weather, but you know, it tends to sort of go like that on days like today, doesn't it? Really. Anyway.
Well, it teaches you to feel things like air pressure just through your skin. But a couple times I've been walking around with my mates and gone, "It's going to rain soon." And they're like, "What?" I was like, "I've just felt the pressure drop. It's going to rain."
Do you know, the really funny thing for me is like when I go to like drop-offs or pickups at school and stuff like that, and yeah, Milton Keynes is underwater looking at the radar. Is that I'm the only one in the whole of the school sometimes that turns up with an umbrella or a raincoat on, right? And the amount of times it's pelted down and people are huddling up, and they say to me, they say this wasn't in the forecast or anything, and I said, no, just look at the radar. Unfortunately, this gives you the best grounding you could ever imagine for, well, weather watching, really. Not that you want to. Okay, Pro Stock bike rolling around underneath the tower. We're about ready to go with them. Once again, folks, we're going to run as much as we possibly can before I think the now inevitable happens. Aswell and the Noble.
Trying desperately to get into the 7 so we can qualify for Pro Stock bike. You're getting a really good view of him at the minute on the big screens. The bike is one of the most beautiful in the class. I'm loving the paint job on the side of it. But just not behaving. So being called forward. You've seen Pro Stock car already today. These are the two-wheeled equivalent. Very, very similar rules. Naturally aspirated, standardized engines. Got to run the same engine as the manufacturer of the bike, so Suzuki Hayabusa has to run a Suzuki engine.
Anybody know? Well, you two probably might. These things really do scream down the quarter. Do we have RPM, the gear changes on these at all now?
Give it 3 seconds and I have a message from Pippi. Ready?
Oh, right, okay.
1, 2.
Well, the bikes, road bikes can easily rev to 12,000 RPM, and these are high-performance versions of those, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the 14,000, 15,000 range.
It's really high.
But like the car counterparts, they 60 foot really, really hard. Issues, unfortunately, for Ashwin being pushed back. Only off to one side, though, so I'm not sure if they'll...
No, not in qualifying.
Oh, okay.
You get your one shot. And that's it. This is very heavily regulated to make sure it's fair for everybody. They don't give you like 2 or 3 chances. It's right, now's your time to run. If you run, good. If you don't, one of those things, try again.
Yeah. So next up, Jérôme Rougemont from France with the Suzuki GSX-R. And these things really, really do hit the line hard. You can see the riders cling on.
All engineered horsepower. The one thing that surprises a lot of people about these things is that they go up on the rev limiter and they just throw the clutch away. Literally just let go of it. Which makes it even more difficult to hang on to, I would have thought, really. If you just, you know, you got your hand there and you just let go of it. Go on. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, but Jérôme Rougemont currently is in at number 3 with an 8.05. Ah, there we go. Thank you very much indeed, Pippi. You were late, mate. The V-twins, 9,000 RPM. The inline fours, which that's one of them, 11,000, depending on the year and the tune. Obviously, it depends on the tune entirely. So Jerome yesterday went 8.05. Can he dip into the sevens? He's got the roughest conditions to try and do it in with the headwind. Still a good-looking run, though. He's going for the centre line. He's have to back off to make sure he doesn't get over it. It's another 8.0, 153, no improvement. A pretty good run.
I actually don't think he backed off.
No, I don't think he did either. I think he just rolled off the throttle slightly, but it almost seemed like got to about the 8th mile, and then the bike caught. It might have even caught a gust of wind. Who knows?
That's what I was sort of thinking, because you could see it was really, really pushing him over towards the centre line.
Well, the good news is that big horrible cloud, I can now see through it. However, probably not enough. Wow. And the other one he sent me as well, and bikes over 260 miles an hour. There is 2 of them.
Okay.
Larry McBride and Rickard Gustafsson.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought there was 2.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a few spots at the top end, actually.
Yeah, that's about to get a lot worse, folks. So if I were you, anyone in the grandstands or on the banking, it's coming. It's going to rain. Please take cover as quickly as you possibly can. We don't know how bad it's going to be. Nothing we can do about it. We've been very, very lucky with the weather so far today. Like, I mean, I know it's raining again now, and it rained earlier, but my goodness, we had some really bright spots when we didn't think we were going to get anything in at all today.
Can't believe we got to 4:15 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I mean, that's it. If you look at the radar, it's frankly horrible. We just have to play it by ear for the rest of the day. We can run up to 8 or 9 o'clock. However, it depends on how much of a soaking the track takes and how long it rains for, being the most important thing. The most gutted person in the place, though, is a man named Phil Crossley, who didn't get to put in a run yesterday. He was in line. He was in touching distance of the start line. If he'd have taken the tree, he would have been in the show for tomorrow. So we will leave you for a few moments. Please just take cover. Make sure that you stay as dry as you possibly can do. I highly recommend going checking out and stuff in the pits. Just don't get wet. Also, the trader areas, not forgetting the bar is a nice big covered area with all the TV screens and everything in there. I'm sure we'll be doing some reruns of some of the racing and stuff in there to keep everybody entertained. I think the last live action arena show started about 45 minutes ago, so that may be just coming to an end now. Anyway, stay dry, stay warm as you can, and we will keep you posted as and when we know.
Watch out, John.
Well, that's not going to help him at all. Well, obviously, the run is DQ'd. He's taken up the 330 blocks there. 0.99 to 60 foot. That's the only data they're going to pick up. And he was the fastest UK-based pro mod. Oh, driving the wheels off it there. 596, 244 for Andy Robinson. And
that was someone needs to tell us.
Well, both of them weaving around the lane. Marcus is back on the power, goes through with a 7:51, improves his time, and an 8.91 puts. Oh, Pete again, very close to the wall. And Andreas back on the throttle after a quick pedal over the line. It's 6:61, 219 mile an hour.
That was close though. That was a lot.
6 flat plays 5.95.
Well, Bruno getting over towards the wall as well, but both drivers all the way through. 6:04.
Yeah, 5.96, 100 off what he's already run. Everybody's getting very, very close to the wall on the left-hand side, but let's look at the numbers. 5.99, 6.08 for Stian.
That'll work. 240.
Away 6.18 at 2.25. Wally goes 7.51 at 1.97. Easy or less. Get into number 1.
Well, arrow straight for the pair.
5.81 and 5.90 moves
5.81.
Andre up to number 3, but Dave Vector 5.80.
Of his life to get the car down the racetrack. So let's see what Richard Nixon Sunbloom can do. That's beautiful. That's a big improvement to 670 at 2:03. They still
Find a 10th. Well, side by side down Broadway for both of them. 6.65.83. No improvement for Mike Malgram. Stefan Enrid goes 6.86. Yes, 6.
And look at that, as John Price would say, door handle to door handle all the way through. 6.57 and a 6.69. No improvement, but solidifying what they already had.
Just before 330 foot.
exactly the same spot as yesterday. 5.70, 111 miles an hour. Obviously not quite what they were looking for. Full run was what they're after, but leaves so strong with no...
Oh, it didn't quite happen there at all.
Well,
violence.
That was straight up in the air. I'm down up here, down here on the start line, even though I can't say it, with one of... That's the one all the way through, Steve, just before the finish line. Look at that number. 443, 232. That was on a... Let's see what Patrick can do. Oh, drop cylinders all over the place. That was instant. Ooh. Okay, 9:24, only 51 miles an hour. He will cruise on through. The car just, it's almost like it not only was down to one mag, because I think it would probably run better than that on one mag, it just died. A whole bank of cylinders.
What they really want to do, so at least they can go.
Well, that's a lot more like it. Click second gear as well. Backs off at 1,000 foot. Still runs a 748. The team will definitely take that.
Yeah, something went a little sour just after half. Well, a drop cylinder on one side tends to push the car around a little bit. That was pretty good until then. Cruises on through with an 832. That's nearly a second improvement. I'd rather it was a 2-second. Run, will we see it?
Whoa, Venom taking a wander around the lane, getting very close to the centre line. Not so one of the blocks.
6:07 takes us 6:21 at 2:33 for Tony. What conditions to try and do it in with the headwind. Still a good looking run though. He's going for the centre line. He's have to back off to make sure he doesn't get over it. It's another 8-0, 153.
a go at this myself. Go and buy a car or a bike or something. So we got 7.9. We have 7.93, 167 miles. Stevie Gates, Susie McClure, Frankie Taylor, Josh Duncan. There's 11 of them that want to get in. Thomas Bublitz and Dave Paul, they're okay. Let's see if they can improve. 10.16 and 9.12. No improvement for either. 10.30, 9.22. And an epic weekend. I want her to break out, actually. .992 for Frankie Taylor. It's another 9-second pass. The idea then is to run that number. You get Simon Swarbrick, a monstrous wheelie off the line. Well, he's definitely not going to run a 10.48 now. So unfortunately, that's his weekend done. Warren goes 9.09. So Warren is 728. FIA Pro Modified, 60-minute warning. Oh, Simon Innes and Laura Bainton should be okay. She's in at number 24 at the moment.
So if the car... Oh.
Right, Laura goes 44, but unfortunately Dan Fulton doesn't. $8.95 the target, 900 is the flat, and a 10.19 on a 10.12. Oh no. Right, Reuben Dawson wants an 8.99, he's 29th. That's not totally safe at the moment. And he stays 29, he goes 9.13.
Doesn't. Marie won't be racing this afternoon.
Oh, Susie.
So, interestingly, JT run in Super Pro for the whole of this weekend.
And now he gets a one-shot qualifier, effectively.
Because he switched class. Yeah.
And now it'll go 8.99. Watch, ready, steady.
Actually, Marie Mills go. She is on the number 32 spot. It was the biggest impact over anything else.
So Bill Wilson not yet qualified in the Castrol Lane. This will be probably his last shot.
No, he won't.
It's
got to be 8.57
to 55. He's not in. That is a tiny window for one run. Can he do it? The answer is no. Many. So can Dave Rudd nail down anything better than number 22? He's got to be 00 to be in the top 10. No, slows up considerably actually. He's been...
In actual fact, we're running out of drivers that can bump into the show now. So John Bean does a 9.01. Doug McClure, 11.42.
Well, Johnny is, I think he's pretty safe now, isn't he?
I think so. 87 and 53. Mark stays 14. .950, 10.13. Again.
So is Ronnie as well, actually. Running with no nitrous, 10:30 probably will be about where he wants to be. 38 and a 51. Yeah.
Now then, 963 is his dialing. Brett's one of those who'll probably run the number when we think he'll probably run a 970, but hey, let's see.
Well, 500, but not quicker than 960. Will do it. Look at Nick's dialing. He was in the 9s yesterday. Now a 10.09. 990 just moves up 3 spots, but it's not to get the run. It's got to be a 965, a 66 or a 67 to be really safe. Oh my goodness me.
Lovely launch, 04 light. Now then, the target for this one is 909. And he goes 908 with a 7, breaks out too quick.
Actually, because that,
I think that's it.
it's a very sedate looking launch for Andy, actually, by comparison to usual. He's on the brakes already. So he was just doing that for some data.
And they didn't realise each other were going. So they both took a trip and only really one of them needed to.
That's a good looking race, actually. Could be
Come on,
side by side.
get into the 9s.
Yeah.
998 is best of the weekend. What a time to do it. 136 mile an hour.
So fingers crossed everything goes to plan for Michael D'Souza this time around. Michael D'Souza's thinking he's probably left the handbrake on again. Look at that. 755, 189, pretty much where he's been all weekend, actually. Tony Higgs plants the tyres and he's off with a 122 60 foot. He wants 200 miles an hour though, and he goes 196. New personal best. Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey. Victoria is in the 7s in qualifying, but they want more than a 790 and they won't get it that time. Didn't move at all. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a bit lively. 935 for Joe, 148. He's already been at 907.
Oh, front wheels came out there for Rob Carter. Bizarrely, he's a 10th down on his 60 foot from normal. 802. So we had 7 9s around about 167, 168 miles an hour. A 7 9 at 166 on that particular run. Okay, we are now getting ready for. So Richie gives the signal now to Martin to widen out, give it more.
Cool, that made me jump then.
Okay, thank goodness that's over. Here we go then, Martin Hill, Richie and the team, give them a big wave. They really appreciate your input. That's Martin Hill now, gives it everything. Are we on for another 5-second run here? Oh, Indeed we are. 593, 256 miles an hour. Lovely pass there for Martin.
What a lovely reaction time. 0-2 from the Civic in the Kestrel beer lane. Is it going to be a 9 over the stripe? Or 10.67 and a 12.88. Not quite the 11s and not quite the 9s for Matty. Well, he's off and running.
Well, it's a 51. Nice. Improvement on the 63 he ran previously. Jordan literally just tickling the stage beam there. Wants to go as shallow as possible. Good looking run for Jordan. Can he go quicker than 7:43? No, 7:52. Ow. Terry hits 9. Side by side. Mid sevens coming at you.
Well, I tell you what, if that was a race, that would have been a cracking one.
Especially 760 heads up.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, John, literally on the centre line. Gary Carr taking it all the way through to an 11.20 at 114, yeah.
That's quite a big difference.
Oh, wow. 0.96 to 60 foot, 396 to the 8th. Oh, I thought it was going to be slightly better than that, actually.
Yeah, he lost me. He's number 5 qualifying, 11.01. Wow, that hooked up well for Dan. He is number 4 at the moment, 10.54. That's only 200s off his PB. Goes 10.62, stays number 4. Spencer, 11.86.
Afternoon, are you to move? Anyway, obviously the good news is it's pretty much stopped raining. However, we do have a quarter-mile river now as opposed to a quarter-mile racetrack. But, when have you ever known the Santa Pod Racers Club crew to give up? The sky looks better. The radar doesn't, but we're not going to worry about that. The sky looks a lot better. We're going to try and keep going. We can run till 8/9 o'clock tonight. I'm not sure what the time is. My stomach tells me it's nearly dinner time, and it is 20 to 5. However, the track will dry out really quickly. It's getting the shutdown area dry that's always going to be the pain. So, do you know something? There's actually dry patches appearing down here, and they've only just started, so absolutely amazing work as always. The track will be dried in, fun enough, virtually no time. It's going to be the shutdown area that takes the time. The team are just getting started up the other end as well. So we're going to run as much as we possibly can for you. We still have the rest of that pro session to finish. All the bikes are coming back out of the barn. And hopefully they will be able to finish that pro qualifying session. And then all being well, again, we will go straight into another pro qualifying session, which means Prime Modified, Pro Stock, everything else you just saw, basically, and all the methanol cars and all the other good stuff too, and then the bikes as well. So we really hope to finish the day with a flourish. We're going to do our absolute best to give it to you. You guys are the best fans in the world. You wait with us through all the trials and tribulations. Just to let everybody know as well that all the sportsman ladders are now ready at santapodresults.com and on the official notice board. So the sportsman ladders have been done. They have been printed and are available for everybody. We are very sorry if you didn't get to run today for obvious reasons. We did plan to schedule the start of eliminations today. However, we're going to try and finish out the day the best we possibly can. So please amuse yourselves in whatever ways you see fit, as long as it's legal. And thank you again for bearing with us through everything. I'll hand back to Rob in Nitro FM, who's doing a great job of keeping everybody amused. Thank you, sir.
But let's look at the numbers. 599, 608 for Stian.
That'll work. 240.
Oh, getting close to the centre line, but JT keeps it away. 618 at 225. Wally goes 7:51 at 197, or less. Getting to number 1.
Well, arrow straight for the pair.
581 and 590
Again,
moves
581.
Andre up to number 3, but Dave Vector 580.
Of its life to get the car down the racetrack. So let's see what Richard Nixon Sunbloom can do. That's beautiful. That's a big improvement to 670 at 203. They still
Find a 10th. Well, side by side, down Broadway for both of them. 665.83. No improvement for Mike Malgram. Stefan Enrid goes 686. Yes, 6.
And look at that, as John Price would say, door handle to door handle all the way through. 657 and a 669. No improvement, but solidifying what they already had.
Just before 330 foot.
exactly the same spot as yesterday. 5.70, 111 miles an hour. Obviously not quite what they were looking for. Full run was what they're after, but leaves so strong with no...
Oh, it didn't quite happen there at all.
Well,
Violence.
that was straight up in the air. I'm down here on the start line, even though I can't say it, with one of... That's the one all the way through, Steve, just before the finish line. Look at that number. 443, 232. That was on a... Let's see what Patrick can do. Oh, drop cylinders all over the place. That was instant. Ooh. Okay, 9:24, only 51 miles an hour. He will cruise on through. The car just, it's almost like it not only was down to one mag, because I think it would probably run better than that on one mag, it just died. A whole bank of cylinders.
What they really want to do, so at least they can go.
Well, that's a lot more like it. Click second gear as well. Backs off at 1,000 foot. Still runs a 748. The team will definitely take that.
Yeah, something went a little sour just after half. Well, a drop cylinder on one side tends to push the car around a little bit. That was pretty good until then. Cruises on through with an 832. That's nearly a second improvement. I'd rather it was a 2-second. Run, will we see it?
Whoa, Venom taking a wander around the lane, getting very close to the centre line.
Oh,
Not so one of the
look at
blocks.
that. 607 takes us 621 at 233 for Tony. What conditions to try and do it in with the headwind. Still a good looking run though. He's going for the centre line. He's have to back off to make sure he doesn't get over it. It's another 8-0.
He needs to get a 10:31 or thereabouts, but not under it. Oh, he hits it. 10:31 with a 5. Is to get to close as that number as possible without going under it. Well, problems for Mason, so all eyes on Dave Fulton. Looking for 9.18, gets 9.19. Whoa, he's wide awake.
Zero.
Girdle in the head, so heads off and fix when we get back. They are now spectators for the weekend, and well, enjoy it, Mike, Stevie and the gang.
Well, Warren just flickering the bulb.
He's not qualified in those classes. He's double entered, isn't he? He's in both Super Gas and Pro ET.
Oh, 896 breaks out by 100.
5.05, which is Dan Fulton. Kirsty's not in. Paul Marston's not in. Goodness me. And that man out there, Anthony Mitchell, is in at the moment. Sorry. Yeah, for now. 965 and 969. Very, very quick for Dave Jarrett. Like, really quick, that is.
Well, they're sticking together, so he knows what we don't.
Oh my goodness me. Dave Jarrett only moves up 2 spots and looking for 896.
Much better launch from Ruben as well. He's awoke this morning in with a 005 light.
That's superb.
It's going to be an 8.99.
He's in at number 24.
He is in Pro ET.
So can Frankie get in the show? She's in front actually. 999!
Good enough. So Dan going to get there first with a 10:30. Not going to help him. He stays.
It's going to be Amy Watkins out, yeah? Big if though.
So 10:68, the target in the right lane is a 75. Kirsty goes
Dragster. John we will run very close to 901. He goes 902 and 1006. He's 300ths away. A 50-something for Amy, 63, same number. For Mark, 10.06 for Lee. No improvement. They're still almost on their qualifying, isn't it? If you know what I mean. It's the race to qualify. Oh, look at that reaction time for Neil Watkins. That's the number at the very top of the scoreboard. It's a 008. 60 with an 8. Too quick for Brett. And Neil stays. So Dougie is already safely in, looking to improve and go 11.39. 46, no help for him.
Incredibly consistent partner.
That was only a 112 to 60 foot and a puff of smoke out the headers as well. That probably won't be a 760. It's not. It's 820 at 160.
No, that has been going 110 to 60 foot.
7.
Yeah, I spoke to Tom this morning. Tom was pretty happy how things were going. The car had slowed up a little bit yesterday, but he was more about concentrating on his reaction times, he told me this morning.
400 too quick. JT goes.
Oh, and the dart hooks left there, and it's still pushing left.
Golf cart, like really, really happy bunch of guys.
Yeah,
really, really good. Well, 804, 004 red, but that doesn't matter at the moment. 807, 169, moves up from 17 to 14.
Worthwhile trip. But you're right. Yeah.
Oh dear. That either jumped out of gear or something broke, unfortunately. That was not a good noise rolling past 60 foot, unfortunately, for Colin Morris. He's already qualified. Morning, Tony. Great seeing you. So you're... maybe that's how we help judge it.
A little bit left. And he pulls it straight. There you go.
60 with a 0, with a 2, I beg your pardon, for Alan Dibwell breaks out. Mark Bailey...
Bump it again, hoping that it didn't roll through.
Well, this time he's actually all the way in before he brings the revs up. Lovely straight run for the door slammer and the dragster. 8:44, too quick for Rob Brown.
Not very helpful.
Jack going for a bit of a wander in the Kestrel lane. 6.83. Jack goes 6.758. That's your fault.
That was my fault. I'll take that on the chin.
006 light though. See what Mark can do. 8.12 goes, 8.19. Actually, that takes him up to the number 14 spot. Nicely done.
Because they haven't got a blowover.
I presume that's a chassis tag thing, is it?
No, it's not a chassis tag thing. Chassis is tagged, but they haven't got a blower bag.
Oh, that'll be what. Oh, look at that. 7.52 with a 4. He gets the number 4 spot. 8.01 for Bailey.
Well, they're both wide awake off the line. 0.9 for Bob, 0.4 for Barry. But it's all about the ETs. 8.60 and 7.43. Barry goes too quick.
Actually, yesterday ran in the 6.8's the number as well.
Oh, Matt's going to get there. Sorry, Patrick's there first with a 6.86. Stays 21.
Yeah,
Matt. Oh, 7.30 to 1.
Only good enough. Only for number 2.
Orlando.
Okay. You just have bigger cars, basically.
Right. And it's a one-day deal, or they have a race on Saturday and a race on Sunday.
Run as it is at the moment. Raising money for Macmillan and supporting those people who are out there still racing and enjoying themselves. So Jasmine way outside. Wrong stop. Andy Harrison and Stu Doining. Is it because a dragster is really the way forward?
Say that again.
Is it because in Supercomp the dragster is really the way forward? That pair both right. So Ronald House and Wayne, he's got Wayne doing it the hard way though. He nails it to about 1,000 foot and then try another 990. Look at that. I mean, 91, 92, Wayne number 5, Ronald number 3.
In Supercomp that run a top-end stop, and they've been a little successful, but it's very challenging.
It just seems like a really hard way to do it. Tim Moore with another 9.91. He's already number 1 qualified. John Dalrymple stays 2 because he broke out. But it does tend to hook right like that almost every single time now. so you can do to run the 990 number. These are 14 and 16 on the order at the moment. Backs off way early and still goes 930.
Told me when I got there, he said, Tony, make 500 runs, then I'll sit down with you and tell you how to race the finish line.
991 for Pete Creswell. He's up to number 3. Dave Sherrin waits out by a month. Dead even over the stripe. Both of them way too quick.
Yeah.
Also, luck, but you're gonna go around and you're gonna do well, right? But it doesn't always work like that, does it?
Exactly.
So we are watching Don Scott and Stu Morris. Stu's actually back round in the car, which is a good thing after what looked like a breakage before. 991 with the 2 for Don Scott.
So straight and true for Tony. And that is a 790, 197 miles an hour. Solo then for Rob. 121 to 60 foot, not bad, but it is a good straight true. Is it a 7.4? No, not quite. 7.6 on that one. Still 184 miles at the moment. Let's see what we can do here. Blows the tyres off completely. Got some power.
Well, he hasn't got all that weight pushing the tyres down anymore, is he?
No. Still goes 969, 155. Well, Vic's going to get a number on the board, which is the main thing. 805, 185. And Michael stuck in the 10s.
Well, that's much more like it. Car making a bit of a
wiggle,
wonder. Yeah.
He's got it under control. Whoa!
820. 8.2.
Oh, and Andy just lights the tyres up, trying something a little bit different on that one, and didn't quite work out. So Nick Hale, what's he got? It's a 10.62 on 128 miles an hour. Yeah.
Well, it was the shallowest I've ever seen him stage.
And that's exactly what we were discussing last night. Trying to find that little bit. Good staging, brilliant staging.
He was definitely the 7.4.
God, that launch was so sweet.
Well, that was a 121 60 foot, already doing 150 mile an hour at the 8th. 7.44, 191 mile an hour.
That's funny enough, my dad's done this as well.
Well, not only that, he did a wheelie that time. 160 foot is really not hanging around. 791, 170 mile an hour that time. As we move into comp eliminator.
Yeah, we are. So what's the current?
Much better launch from Nick there.
Yeah, that hooked up and flew.
So it's going to be a mid-9. But of what variety? Well, John not hanging around for anyone. Bit of a wobble at 330 foot. Not too sure what happened to John there. I didn't quite see that. I was focused more on...
Yeah. .745 best at the moment. 751 on that one.
And all being well, we'd maybe be able to crack on through eliminations and get everything done. Even though the sky does look bright, it's still raining right now.
Yeah.
And it's going to keep raining on and off for the next few hours, which is basically the remaining amount of time we've got to run.
The key on this is we've lost the shutdown area, and that's a 2-hour dry.
Yeah. If it doesn't rain
If
at
it doesn't
all.
rain anymore. So that will take us to 7 o'clock. And, it's just not what we wanted. But I am amazed we got this far. It looked like it was not going to happen at all today, if you believe the forecast. But we got a lot done.
It's just a shame. Now it looks brighter, but it is still raining. And I'm sitting up here, as I always do, seems to be my full-time job now, checking in on the weather radar. And yeah, it's just started raining now, and there's a lot of blue stuff coming our way, meaning rain. Even though there are some bright spots, there's still plenty of patchy rain around, which means that we ain't going to get anything else done. So we're very, very sorry. We never give up unless it's absolutely the only thing we can do. I've also seen someone else who's going to be absolutely beside themselves as well. Daniel Lentz, I don't think, got in a qualifying run yesterday, did he? He's not. He's going to be a DNQ at the first event of 2024. That's going to suck. That really is. But anyway, yeah, we can still see the puddles moving around, and there's just no way of getting going again for the end of the day. So big disappointment for everybody. Some more than others, obviously. Some have travelled a long, long way to come over here and race, and yeah, it's not what we want to happen, but it is what it is. We'll go again tomorrow, and we'll try and get the event complete as quickly.
I'm pretty sure we will.
I'm pretty sure we will, as quickly as we possibly can. So, you fans out there, absolutely rock. We love all of you. Thank you very much for bearing with us, and it's goodbye from all of us.
Go and see everybody in the pits. Go and visit all of our traders. Go and yourself something to eat and drink. And the place won't go to sleep. Trust us on that one. Definitely not. Everybody will be hanging around for quite a while, but unfortunately, there'll be nothing else going down the track today apart from the tractor. So we will see you tomorrow. Daryl, Thomas and I look forward to having a really, really good day tomorrow as we get eliminations done and set all the points leaders for all of our FIA and FIM points chasers, and of course more points to award, and of course trophies at the end of the day tomorrow to all of our sportsman classes as well. That's it. We're done. We will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM going to take it away now, and have a very, very good evening.